De vanguardia, práctico y relevante. Construye nuevas redes, encuentra nuevas oportunidades y conéctate con el conocimiento que está marcando el futuro de la región. Es tiempo de mirar hacia adelante, de reimaginar el presente y futuro. Es hora de explorar, debatir y sorprenderse. La Semana de Conocimiento Academia BID es un espacio único para interactuar con conocimiento de vanguardia, práctico y relevante. Construye nuevas redes, encuentra nuevas oportunidades y conéctate con el conocimiento que está marcando el futuro de la región. Es tiempo de mirar hacia adelante, de reimaginar el presente y futuro. Es hora de explorar, debatir y sorprenderse. La Semana de Conocimiento Academia BID es un espacio único para interactuar con conocimiento de vanguardia, práctico y relevante. Construye nuevas redes, encuentra nuevas oportunidades y conéctate con el conocimiento que está marcando el futuro de la región.
Muy buenos días o tardes desde donde se encuentren.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We're already celebrating the beginning of our third day on the Digital IDB campus. This is a welcome to your third day of our Knowledge Week, and today is a very special day, and this is completely devoted to gender, diversity, and inclusion. My name is Veronica Ruiz-Eviso. I'm Venezuelan. I'm currently living in Miami, in the US. I'm passionate about modern communication, digital strategy, entrepreneur, thanks to a huge team of people working for us in a holding company specialized in digital communication, and a mother to Carlota. The IDB has invited me to be with you throughout all these days as a moderator and MC, and you'll see me in the course of today. Introducing also the Latinos who are currently committed to the work and the development and growth in our region. Let me tell you that throughout today, you will have interpretation services in Spanish, English, and Portuguese, and they're available for all of you on our YouTube channel.
Please click the respective link for English or Portuguese in our LinkedIn or Facebook. Llegamos entonces a
And so we come to our third day of this event. And today, Wednesday, we have a wonderful agenda because this is a topic that is urgent, which is gender equity, a commitment that the Inter-American Development Bank has over the entire region. And in order to kick our day, our working day officially, I'd like to extend the most cordial welcome to Reina Irene Mejía, Executive Vice President of the Inter-American Development Bank. Reina Irene, thank you for being this morning with us, so please proceed. Welcome to a new day of this wonderful Knowledge Week of the IDB Group. Today, we will focus on gender and diversity. These are two topics that I'm passionate about because they have a key role in accelerating inclusive growth to transform Latin America and the Caribbean into the empathetic and sustainable region that we all yearn for. It is high time to stop being the most unequal region in the world, don't you think? The good news is that the data show that economic growth and inclusion are complementary. Yes, inclusion has a very strong impact on prosperity, social mobility, and the growth of the economy as a whole. Just by closing the gender labor gaps, we would be driving GDP growth of our economies by 23%. But how do we close these gaps? Well, through concrete actions, such as equal pay between men and women for similar jobs, the participation of women in science and technology careers, and the increase of women in leadership positions. On the other hand, our region is a very diverse mosaic in which every minority group deserves to be treated with the same respect. We have between 20 and 30% of Afro descendants and almost 10% of indigenous communities from 800 different cultures. On the other hand, it is estimated that 12.5% of our citizens have some disability, which leads them to experiencing unemployment and poverty. And LGBTQ plus groups continue to face strong stigma, violence, and discrimination of all kinds. It is for this reason that the Inter-American Development Bank seeks to finance, generate, and promote cutting-edge knowledge that is applicable to gender and diversity issues to help reduce these inequality gaps. This knowledge helps us to advise our governments, our private companies, and institutions on the design and implementation of evidence-based public policies. Also, internally at the IDB, we ensure that our programs and projects include and promote gender and diversity issues across the board throughout our portfolio. We are aware that we need a new generation of policies that better understand the challenges and inequalities faced by women, indigenous peoples, people of African descent, people with disabilities, and LGBTQ plus people across Latin America and the Caribbean. So what are we doing? In the last 3 years alone, the IDB Group has generated more than 100 analytical studies, 49 operational tools, and 8 impact assessments on gender and diversity issues. We also launched the GD Lab Knowledge Initiative, through which we fund research projects to deepen knowledge about all existing gaps. This transformation is part of our new roadmap, which we call Vision 2025. This vision involves knowing and promoting the work and experience of experts in the field who are making a difference, each from their specialty. And by the way, it is high time to share with you details for today's agenda. In our first session, we'll talk with a specialist writer. He's a specialist in masculinity, Michael Kaufman, and the social entrepreneur and civil rights activist, Amanda Nguyen, about the role men play in gender equity. The second session, the University of the Andes in Bogotá, Colombia, will host a class with economist Lori Beeman, a gender specialist in developing countries, followed by a panel discussion with experts from the region. In our third session, we will explore how innovation and technology offer solutions to promote sexual and reproductive health and prevent and assist gender-based violence. I have no doubt that today will be a day of inspiration. It will be a day to inspire us, to surprise us, and above all, to learn from these experts visiting us today. I invite you to join and actively participate to make the most out of our first conversation. Thank you very much, Reina Irene Mejía, Executive Vice President at the Inter-American Development Bank, for these words of inspiration. The talk that will begin now invites us to ponder upon gender equity, including the construction and the role played by masculinities. Cristina Pombo is Sector Senior Advisor, and she will be the moderator for this block. And we have as guests all these speakers that bring a lot of information so that you back home will be able to put this into practice and to take it to a place where you can better enforce this. Cristina, go ahead. Thank you very much, Abeno.
Pleasure to welcome you to day 3 of BIDAcademy's Knowledge Week. I have the honor to share this virtual stage with social entrepreneur, activist for civil rights, and nominee for the 2019 Nobel Peace Prize, Amanda Guillen, and with the author, educator, and theorist focused on engaging men and boys to promote gender equality, Michael Kaufman. It is very exciting to have you both talking about the role of men in all this conversation about gender equity. Some facts show that being a man in our region has more benefits than being a woman. In Latin America and the Caribbean, men have more and better jobs than women, with 27 percentage points more of labor force participation and 18% higher salaries on average. This wage gap is true even when you compare men and women with the same level of education and similar career paths. When society thinks about leadership, men are often the first examples that come to mind. Men represent 84% of all mayors in the region and occupy 71% of positions in presidential cabinets. In the private sector, 89% of senior managers are men. And in the household, men complete only 20% of the unpaid labor. This includes cleaning, cooking, and caretaking of children and elders. Certain social constructs effectively remove many major responsibilities of parenthood from men. Being a father is not an obstacle for career advancement, as it is for women becoming mothers. So, Michael, with all these facts on women usually being better off than their female counterparts, why should men care about gender equity? What's in it for them? What's in it for you?
Well, first of all, good morning, buenos dias, bom dia, bonjour. Let me say this first of all. Even if gender equality and equity were awful for men, men should care. I mean, this is a fundamental issue of human rights and social justice. That's the main reason why men should be supporting this. But let me say, when men support women's rights and gender equality, it's not an act of collective guilt or collective blame. I guess you could call it an act of collective love for the women and girls in our lives. Well, over the years, I've written about what I call the paradox of men's power. And this actually tells us that men actually have a lot to gain by the achievement of gender equality, of women's rights, ending the gender binary. When we go through all the different issues, I mean, we raise boys, to be men among men, to have the power that is supposedly granted to us in a male-dominated society. But the very ways that we raise boys to be men come with an incredible price to men ourselves. Now, I'm not saying that men are the ones who suffer the most, but I am saying there's a cost to the ways we've defined manhood. It's a cost, obviously, to women, but it's also in strange, paradoxical ways a cost to men as well. In a lot of my writing and my latest book, The Time Has Come, Why Men Must Join the Gender Equality Revolution, I talk at length about what and how men will gain by this process of change. But when we dismantle the structures of men's power over women, patriarchy, we're also dismantling the structures of power of some men over other men. We're dismantling this idea that humans can have power over the environment. We see what disasters that is bringing to us today. So just on that level, men will gain. Men will be able to stop trying to live up to these impossible expectations of manhood. Always be strong, always be powerful, always be in control. Never fear, never back down. I mean, the list goes on and on because it's a fictitious list. It's impossible for any of us to live up to. I mean, of course, I live up to it, but no other. No, this is really crazy stuff if we got into it. But when we think about it, the very issues that feminists have raised are profoundly men's issues. We think about men's violence. Well, we often talk about and hear about violence against women, but we're leaving out the critical word. We're leaving out the word men's, because most violence against women is committed by men. And not all men, not even most men in most countries, but by men when it happens, by a large minority of men. And so violence against women, men's violence against women, is very much an issue for men to speak out against, to speak to our sons and fathers and brothers, to take actions against, to pass laws against, to implement those laws. But of course, as soon as we're dealing with men's violence against women, we're dealing with men's violence. And so the scourge of men's violence against other men also comes into the picture here. What else? Well, we think of issues like work-life balance, which were first raised and fought for by women. Now what we're seeing, and particularly with COVID and more men who are staying at home, working from home, finally they're discovering, wow, housework is actually a lot of work. Looking after kids is a lot of work. I never realized that. I mean, it's incredible. But these very issues that are creating a better workplace. When we think about an issue like parenting, right now across North America, Latin America, around the world, we're seeing a transformation of fatherhood. We're seeing one of the greatest changes in human history, where men are redefining, pushed by women, pushed by social changes, but men are redefining what it means to be a father, no longer just helping out, but being an equal parent. So this is an amazing and a huge transformation brought about by the push by women, by heroic and brave and courageous women, their push for gender equality, for women's rights, for gender equity. But it's also very much, I think, in the interests of men, all men, across our diversities of color, of nationality, of sexual orientation, of gender self-identity, physical differences. Men will gain too.
I really like what you said. And this is all at the individual level, right? At rethinking fatherhood. But since you have written extensively on gender issues and what you said, social constructs related to masculinity, but also on democracy and development, why should governments or international organizations like the IDB worry about the stereotyped views of masculinity?
We have an unfortunate habit these days of casting issues just in terms of personal issues. And we see that just for women, just lean in, just try harder. For men, just, be better, whatever. I think we have to say that these are profoundly social, political, and economic issues. For the IDB, it's impossible, for example, to conceive of development without conceiving of the full participation of women in the workforce. And that's not going to happen until we see the full participation of men in childcare, in domestic work. And so those things, let's just flip around some of those discussions. Why are men so overrepresented in politics, in the upper echelons of business? Let's flip these around. So we need policies. So for example, we can't just say to dads, be more active. We need far-reaching parental leave policies. And we need businesses and public sector workers and all workers to have that ability as women and men, or those who don't define themselves in that gender binary, to take time off from their paid work and get paid to do the parenting. We won't have development without that. We won't have development unless we end the scourge of violence against women, violence among men. And so we need the social policies. We need better laws. We need the implementation of laws. We need, we have a war on women. I know Amanda's going to speak about that more in a minute. I'm looking forward to hearing your comments, Amanda. But, we need policies that will end the war against women. We also, as the IDB, need to think about these issues as workplace issues, not only around work-life balance, not only around parental leave, for example, but the way that, ideas of what constitutes good leadership, to get this out of a patriarchal mold of, the man who, the boss man type thing. We need to understand things such as the impact of domestic violence on the workplace. We need to have a much more subtle understanding of sexual harassment, not just the blatant forms, but the subtle forms of harassment. We have to grasp issues around unconscious and conscious bias against women, against gay and bi and trans men. There's a big workplace agenda, in other words. In other words, these are profoundly, yes, they're personal issues. But if we're going to make those changes, we have to take on the political, the social, the cultural, the economic structures of a patriarchal society. This is Development 101. Gender equality, gender equity equals development.
I love that answer, really, Michael. This is at the core of what we do, definitely. And I think the importance of working on the stereotype views is very clear. But I want to ask Amanda about how these stereotypes impact the specific issues in our societies. Amanda, what are your thoughts on how the social constructs of what men should be and act like affect the way justice system respond to gender-based violence?
I think we should burn it all down. I'm just kidding. Look, I think that the greatest magic trick the patriarchy has done is convince us that these incredibly inequitable structures are actually just meant to be. It's like when a fish is swimming through water and another fish says, "Don't you see all the water around us?" And the first fish is like, "What do you mean?" But we don't know that everything around us is steeped in this patriarchy. But once we start noticing the patterns, it is everywhere. From the fact that as babies, even the toys that are given to boys versus girls condition agency, where one is more, about caretaking and the other one is about all of the professions that you can dream up to be, right? These structures, again, make us forget that there are so many opportunities that are available and can be available if we just see it. And seeing is believing. That's why it is so difficult for so many young girls to be able to dream of being, in leadership positions, because these positions are just not filled right now. And in terms of allyship, I want to share a story about the role that men can play. I am a rape survivor, and that's not, I'm an activist now. My background is in astrophysics, it's very different. But when my life happened, I had to choose between pursuing my justice or pursuing my career. And that's because the justice system inherently in the United States, it's different in every country, but in the United States where I was raped, it takes at least 2 years to go through a trial. And I remember the lawyers telling me, you got to choose justice or career. And, I'm not so sure that you actually want to choose justice. You just, swallow what happened and try to marshal on. And I thought that was really unfair, not a thing that anyone should ever have to go through or be placed a choice like that. But I chose to try to figure out a way to do this. So, I found out that the evidence that is collected from a rape kit could be destroyed before being tested. And I decided to rewrite the law. So I remember the first time that I actually spoke to politicians about this issue. People told me, I sympathize with your rape, but this is not going to get me reelected. And I thought it was really mean. So I remember going home and crying. And the next day I went back into the United States Senate because as a pathological optimist, I still wanted to fight for these things. Kind of need that in these times as an activist. And on my way to the Senate, I met this man, an Uber driver, who he was a complete stranger. I never met him before. He was kind of stoic, didn't really talk to me. But at the end of the ride, he saw that I was going to the Senate and he asked me why. And so I told him, I'm a rape survivor, I'm fighting for my rights, this is what happened to me. And this once stranger, a man, just turned to me and he started crying. His tears were welling from his eyes. And he said to me, my daughter was also raped. And what she went through was very similar to what you went through. When he stopped the car, he said, can I shake your hand? Thank you so much for fighting for my daughter. Has anyone told you that they love you today? I do. And I'll never forget that, Dad. And to me, what that reminds me of is that we are all in this together. Our story is a collective story. That we need men to step up, to say that they are allies, to be in this fight with us. And that the change that we do, the work that we do, and the space that we're having today in this dialogue are all steps in that march for progress.
Thank you, Amanda, for sharing that, because it's really important to have men in the same fight, definitely. In the region, there's no difference, I think. In Latin America and the Caribbean, 34% of women aged between 15 and 49 have been victims of sexual or gender-based violence, a number that it's above the global estimate. So since you experienced, Amanda, this firsthand, and I understand that led you to create the nonprofit organization RISE, dedicated to preserving and furthering the rights of sexual violence survivors. You also work closely in proposing and drafting the Sexual Assault Survivors' Rights Act. Based on your work, what policy changes and concrete solutions do you think have the greatest impact in preventing violence and supporting victims?
Well, the Sexual Assault Survivor Bill of Rights has some pretty basic standard things. Most people don't even realize that these are not rights afforded to a lot of survivors. And it talks about creating a criminal justice system that can be one step. This is the first step to making it a little bit more fair for survivors. So the first thing is not having our evidence be destroyed because it was being destroyed, untested. Another is the right to have access to your patient medical records to see if from the assault, you are contracted a disease. Another right is the right to have a copy of your police report, because in some places that's denied. Very, very basic things. So while these are law now, we passed it unanimously in the United States Congress and have since passed over 50 laws around the world, modeled off of the first bill. I think that the step to prevent the violence does start from education. It starts way before, and it starts from teaching to our next generation, in any generation, that all lives, really do matter, regardless of gender. But even beyond that, I think in legislation, what is really important is centering women. You see all of these rooms of politicians making decisions about women, about the violence that affect us, about our bodies, and there isn't a woman that's sitting in that room. The people who have the solutions to the world's most pressing problems are the people who live that problem every day. And that enormous imbalance about who gets to pen our rights it needs to be thought about, especially if we want to build a better future.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Being in the room, that's important. And Michael, you too are the co-founder of a nonprofit dedicated to the subject, the White Ribbon Campaign, that specifically seeks to involve men and boys in the prevention and response to gender-based violence. You have advised and work on this issue for NGOs, institutions, governments all over the world. What do the best programs have in common, Michael? Any new ways of addressing these issues that you can share?
Well, I can share some things based on mistakes we made, going back to when we started the White Ribbon Campaign 32 years ago, and which is now spread to, I think, off and on to probably, 90, 100 countries, including a number in Latin America. I think there's a number of things. First of all, work by men to end violence against women starts by listening to the voices and concerns of women. It's about being accountable to the needs of women. And the only way that accountability can happen is if we start by listening, if we're careful not to take attention away from women's activism and work, that we know when to just be quiet, and just to respect the leadership of women's organizations working to end men's violence against women. At the same time, understanding that men have a key role to play because it is men's violence. It's not just the men who commit the violence. In a way, even more important is the majority of men who have been silent on the violence. This has been a lot of the focus of White Ribbon, ending men's silence to end men's violence. So to encourage the majority of men who are not using violence in our lives to speak out, to say something about that rape joke, to speak out to the man who's bragging about his conquest, to say something to a friend or a brother or a father or a son who's being verbally abusive, let alone physically abusive, to his wife or girlfriend. So it starts with listening, then it moves into speaking out, taking action. It also means the other key, I think, is to understand the diverse and sometimes paradoxical causes of men's violence, and hence the need for diverse solutions. Some of these solutions are individual, some are at the level of the law and policing, some are collective, some are workplace. This isn't a one size fits all. This is not like an anti-smoking campaign where you can just have certain social messaging. It's a very complex problem. The solutions are also multifaceted and complex. We also have to understand how men's violence affects men as well, because boys growing up with violence in their homes, in their community, are more likely to turn around and use violence themselves. And so again, we need that lifelong approach, that social approach. We have to, our approaches not at the same time as we confront the scourge of violence, as we confront individual men, as we confront the legal and so-called justice institutions, and amen to what Amanda was saying, as we confront those things. Yes, we're not for a second sympathetic to excuses about violence. Oh, well, I only did it because, forget that crap. But we also have to reach out to men with positive approaches, with compassionate approaches. Compassionate doesn't mean you're sympathetic, but it means that you reach out to men who you figure, probably as boys were subject to violence themselves, which isn't an excuse for what they choose to do as an adult. But we better understand how they became an adult man who uses violence if we're going to actually be able to reach out to them to change them. We need to take big tent approaches. That is, we've got to work across political and social and religious differences to bring together those diverse men who we need working together, speaking together to this end of ending men's violence. We've got to start young. We've got to work with young boys to help them develop greater empathy. This is one of the things that's beaten out of boys very young. Along with those toys that Amanda was referring to, we teach boys not to show feelings, not to feel too much, because it's not, manlike. Well, we've got to help boys recover their natural capacity to be empathetic. Because if you're empathetic, you feel what other people feel. And if you feel what other people feel, you're less likely to commit violence against them. We need to do things like transform fatherhood. We know that men who are equally or more equally involved in fatherhood are less likely to use violence in their own relationships. So you can see there's really a broad agenda of social activism, of legal change, of personal change. It also means taking on the issues that are right in front of us. So for example, if you're a man in the US right now and you're thinking about very broadly violence against women, Well, we've just had a Supreme Court judgment that says women shouldn't have the right to control their own bodies. Women shouldn't have the right. And when you see something like that, we think of it first as sexual and reproductive health. But for me, that's certainly an issue of doing violence against women. So we need to be speaking out, acting, working for change against horrendous decisions that are made, whatever country we live in. And of course, it's on that issue around abortion rights. It's really interesting that in a growing number of Latin American countries, we see finally the granting of those rights to women, or at least the reduction of the prohibitions. And the United States, sadly, has gone in the other direction very recently, or has been going in the other direction and is. So anyway, there's a lot there. But always remember, this starts with listening and learning from and respecting the leadership of women.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. It is always interesting to hear about new approaches to all problems. Is listening, creating empathy, working together, start from the childhood. So now I want to continue on the subject of violence, but from another focus. Amanda, you're a strong advocate for stopping violence against Asian American citizens. From your personal experience and the work you have done to advance civil rights, what are the specific barriers that affect Asian Americans, Afro-descendants, or Indigenous women? Is the experience different for men?
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this to the dialogue we're having today. The intersection of race and gender cannot be overstated when we look at the issue of violence against women. I'll speak as an Asian American woman. There is a concept called yellow fever. It refers to the objectification of Asian female bodies. And this objectification leads to our hypersexualization. Either you see it in Hollywood, the dragon lady, the lotus flower stereotypes. All of this increases dramatically our experience of violence against our bodies, because our bodies are seen as objects. And yellow fever is something that, while is a term used to describe what Asian women go through, certainly does impact other women of color. There are so many different layers and complexities when it comes to all social issues. So being intersectional is important, and that is the center of what I do, the intersection of race and gender. For Stop Asian Hate last year, I turned on the camera and I asked people to raise awareness about it, because I saw that our stories were not being covered in the mainstream media. And that call to action resulted in about 11 million people overnight responding. The next business day, the White House press corps asked Jen Psaki what President Biden had to say about it. And in his first primetime speech as president, late night primetime speech, he responded to it. And so the silver lining here, at least for me in these times, as we were fighting these fights, and I know that progress is not a linear path, as evidenced by recent news, but what gives me hope is that the power is with the people, and that when we speak our truth, it matters. The light is already within us, and the most powerful tool we have is our voice. No one is powerless when we come together, and no one is invisible when we demand to be seen. And this last part, so many women, women of color are told that throughout their lives, they don't deserve to occupy space. That it is a revolution to just exist, to just demand to be seen. And so to that, I say it is, again, a revolution to be, period. And it is a revolution to speak one's mind and to take up that space. So take it up.
Take that space. I'm going to take that. Thank you for that. You give us a really unique insight on the issue. And we're coming to the end of this conversation. And there is one last thing I want to address with both of you. We know most men watching this conversation want to be better fathers, or I hope, co-workers, friends, and partners to women. Michael, you have written a lot on this topic. What is the message you send to those men behind the screen, hoping to work on their own masculinities in ways that can build a more inclusive, equitable, and fair world for everyone?
Well, we're hearing a lot of a certain buzzword these days, which is being a male ally. We're seeing this in UN agencies, institutions, governments, corporations. And I think men need to be clear. Being an ally with women, or as a white person, being an ally with people of color, as a straight person, being an ally with LGBTQ plus people. It's not about what you think. It's not even about what you pronounce. Ultimately, it's about what you do. It's about the actions you take in your community, in your home, in your workplace. It is about what we do. So being an ally is what we do. And at work, saying, this is a priority for me. This isn't being a workplace leader for diversity and equality and inclusion is not an add-on, is not something that, oh yes, that's important too, but has to be a workplace priority for men, just as it must be a priority in our communities in different ways. I just encourage men to listen, go to a men's website, hear what she says, go to, there's so much online now that we can learn about. Read, that sounds like an ad for my book, but anyway, read, learn, tap into the resources that are there. We've been brought up in a world, as Amanda said, where it's this, phallocentric world, a world where we just assume that a certain truth is the truth and it's men's truth. It's about time we learn to break down that truth, because we can't be scolded for what we don't know if we haven't been taught it, and we certainly weren't taught it. So we've got to take that extra effort to learn. We've got to strive for equality in our homes. When I speak to men who say, "Oh yeah, I'm a champion," and then I walk into their homes and if they're in a heterosexual relationship, their wife is doing all the childcare and work. Do an audit. Get a piece of paper and each person write down all the jobs that they are doing and how long it takes. If you drink, have a glass of wine with it, because this can be contentious. But I don't want men helping out at home. Forget that. I want men equally participating in housework and childcare and looking after the vulnerable. We've got to speak out in support of policies and laws that are going to bring greater gender equality, to end violence against women and so forth. And I just say to men, this is a moment, this incredible moment of human history, the gender equality revolution. This is the most dramatic change in human history. This is a moment that our great-grandchildren will be talking about. And so I say to men, be part of it. Join this historical moment, be part of it, the gender equality revolution.
So Amanda, what Michael has described brings some clarity on what being an ally means. Join the revolution. From your own perspective, what else do women need for men who want to be allies in the fight for gender equality?
Winners get to write the story. And for centuries, it's been his story. So learn hers. I think there are two very simple things that men could do today. One is speak to the women in your life. There are so many things that you may not know that the women in your life carry, this burden in them, this empathy that Michael was talking about earlier. Develop it. A couple years ago, there was a viral trend on Twitter where there was a simple question that was posited to women. If there was a curfew at 9 p.m. where all men had to stay at home, as a woman, what would you do? And the answers were heartbreaking. Women answered, I would leave my windows open on a summer night. I would finally be able to jog at night. I would be able to walk to my grocery store. These are so basic, they're quotidian things. And yet the men seeing these responses had no idea the mental tax that women carry with them wherever they go. So the first thing I would say to men is speak to the women in your life. And the second thing that I would say is try, as Michael said, to be conscious about the world that we live in, live through our lens. Power doesn't give up power easily. And what that means is that men have privilege. Use that privilege. It's going to be difficult when you start doing this, because you will realize that peace is not the absence of visible conflict. In order for there to be true peace, not only does justice have to be accessed, but the people who are in privilege have to abdicate some of it. But know that when you're doing so, you are taking part of this revolution. You are on the front lines of it, and you are shaping it for the better.
Be mindful with your privilege and work with it. So it has been refreshing to be able to talk about gender equity from this new perspective. I thank you both very much. The message is very clear. Gender inequalities affect our societies in so many ways, and the power for change is not only in women's hands. I hope some of you watching today have been inspired by the words of these two amazing game changers. I sure have. And I'm also sure the audience has a lot of questions for you both. Let's open the floor for them. I'm going to take my phone with some of the questions they are sending me. So Michael, for you, you mentioned we need more education to address toxic masculinity. Who should be responsible for that education?
Everyone. It's got to start in the home. That we think of the messages that we give to kids. When Amanda was speaking about the toys we buy, as she knows, it's even before then. I remember when my son was born. He's 40 years old now. This was years ago, but there he was. The first thing that the nurse said when he was born. And I didn't even know if it was a boy or a girl at this point. I didn't know because I had so many tears in my eyes. I couldn't see the little thing. And I mean the little thing on the little thing. And suddenly the nurse's voice dropped deep and she said, "It's a boy. What a strong little fellow." And I knew if it had been a girl, her voice would have gone higher and said how beautiful she was. Now, my kid was 10 seconds old and he was being fitted for his first Superman outfit. That's what it felt like. So yes, it's got to start in our homes. We need, to make sure that our programs are equitable, are embrace, not just do it because they have to, but embrace the diversity and diversity of all sorts, based, as I said, based on our gender and gender self-definition and the color of our skin and our nationality, our ethnicity, our languages, our gender self-definition, on and on. And so we need to fight. We need to fight so those messages are coming in our schools. We want our leaders speaking out. We need our leaders speaking out. Let me give you, Amanda told a lovely story about the driver. Here's one I just read in the paper this morning. The sheriff of San Antonio, Texas. This is a huge area in Texas. The sheriff said he will not enforce the new law that criminalizes abortion. And he said, "I have two daughters. My daughters have the right to choose what to do with their bodies," were his words. I wish I had better memory for names. I would tell you his name. But, we need men in positions of authority speaking out. We all have a responsibility. Parents, politicians, religious leaders, nurses, doctors, you name it.
And I have another question, and it's for Amanda. I know, Amanda, you've shared a lot of concrete ways, but I think the audience is hungry for more specific things, because the question is, what are the concrete ways we can get involved in working for change for gender equality?
I'll share two. One that you can do now and then daily, and then the other one for volunteer structural things. There's a really great organization, it's called Hollaback, and it talks about bystander effect. Right? So what it means if you see discrimination happen, what can you do? And they have what's called the 5 Ds. I'll go through them. So the first one is, let's say that you're walking on the street and you witness gender discrimination. Maybe it's somebody saying something discriminatory. Maybe it's, harassment, the first thing you can do, these are all options, right? It's not one, all of them, it's one or. And again, you can check out 5 Ds on Hollaback. First one is delay. So you can go up to the survivor victim and after it's happened and ask them, hey, how can I be there for you? So delay the impact of it. The second D is document. You can take your phone and you can document it, but of course, make sure that you have consent from that victim or person, whether or not they actually want this video, etc. The third D is direct. So you can say, hey, stop it. I see you. The fourth D is distract. So you can go up and you can say, oh, can I get the time? Or you can like drop some change, anything to pull them out of the moment. I can't think of the 50 right now, but these are all ways in which we can practice to be a bystander ally in the moment, both men, women, or whatever gender you identify as. The second thing is there are plenty of amazing civil society groups, no matter where you are on Earth, who work on these issues. So I would really recommend that you look up what these local organizations are, whether it be on representation, whether that be on combating violence against women. There are incredible people on the ground doing this work. And finally, it could be as simple as diversifying your social media feed, following, not only women figures, but male allies like Michael, and just having your daily intake of information reflect the world that you, again, want to see, because a democracy is, after all, what we make of it. And so I do think that there is hope for us, especially with newer generations not taking anything and speaking up. And so, yes, you can definitely follow different people on social media, and those are a couple of ways I would suggest that you can do today.
I'm going to interrupt. I love that line. I haven't heard someone say that, Amanda, when you said, follow people so your social media reflects the world that we want to see. That's absolutely beautiful.
It's really nice to listen to that. And as you said, Amanda, those are simple things, but yet so many people wondering what to do. So maybe speaking up is a very important thing here, as you said before. Thank you. Michael, what are the ways in which we can make the responsibilities of parenthood more equitable?
There are different things, both at the personal and the social level. As I said, at the personal level, do things like an audit with your partner. You'll probably discover that it's not as equitable as you might think. But we have to go beyond that because we need the social supports. So, we live in countries with very uneven support, both for mothers, but also for fathers. In many countries, most countries have some official leave for fathers, the US being one of 2 in the world, 3 in the world that doesn't. But increasing number of Latin American countries do have some forms of leave, but we need extended parental leave for parents. I'm proud to say I live in Canada, I'm Canadian, and our government the past 2 years has extended parental leave to include any non-biological parent, so the father, a second mother, an adopted parent, and parents can now get 3 months off, even longer in some schemes, fully with full benefits. So we need our social. We need the social supports for parents. We need to train our companies and our organizations to make sure we have solid parental leave policies. And we've got to train our managers to use them. When I hear of managers who go up to a pregnant woman or a man who they know whose partner is pregnant, and they say, "Are you going to take any parental leave?" That's not the question asked. We want to train managers to say, how many weeks or months are you taking off? How can we help you transition back in? What do you need to know while you're away? We need to train our managers to enforce these policies. So it's individual, it's legal, it has to do with our institutional support. If men across the country just increase and across our countries just increase their workload in the home by 10%, we'd see an enormous change. Well, it's got to be more than that, but that would be an amazing start.
Thank you, Michael. And Amanda, how can we create safer workspaces for women?
It's a great question. Of course, leadership does matter. And by that, I mean, for workplaces, who decides the policies on, for instance, sexual harassment, right? Who are deciding the employment criteria for who gets a raise, right? All of these soft factors, the first one is not so soft, but it's really important to have decision makers who understand the lived experiences of women. And therefore, it's important to have women be in leadership positions so that they can help create an equitable workplace. So that's representation is one part. The other part is a rigorous examination and commitment to gender equality. Yes, of course, leadership matters. That should be the first step. But the second step is, how do we truly create an environment that means women feel safe at work, safe to talk about their children, right? Safe to talk about the workloads that they have to carry. There's so much code switching that happens, right? Where, when you go into a space that is not meant for you, that you have to act a certain way, dress a certain way, be a certain way in order to survive. So in order for workplaces to be better for women, I think one of the first steps is to make it safe. And I don't mean physically safe, like only from harassment. That should be the basic. I also mean mentally safe. It's a mental burden, mental tax that so many women and people of color have to have when they step into places that they know inherently aren't for them.
Thank you very much. So I have a lot of questions here, but they are telling me that we have to close. So I'm so sorry, but we would have to have another conversation for sure. This is a very interesting topic, and there's been sparking a lot of good conversations here. So thank you very much, Michael. Amanda, thank you for sharing your stories, your writing, your insights. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And please join us in the rest of the sessions for the Knowledge Week. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Cristina, Amanda.
Thank you very much, Christina, Amanda, Michael. These were fascinating insights and thoughts, seeing how we can use our power in order to achieve these changes and to cooperate in supporting the development and also economic development in Latin America. So I know we have a lot of food for thought, and gender inequality is included in our flagship publication that the IDB issues every year, the development report for 2023. And let me just mention that you can be part of this initiative. We'd like to hear your opinions. We're going to have a survey distributed relating to gender equity. We want to get your comments, and I think this will be able to contribute directly and connect you to this major flagship publication. So please make sure that you connect with us with the, and you can see on the screen, you have the QR code. The QR code you can just scan with your iPhone. And we're also going to send the link both in our Facebook live transmission on Facebook or LinkedIn. And you can put in get your credential. Why are the credentials so important for people that have joined us during these broadcasts? Because you can include this in your LinkedIn profile or your background curriculum that will strengthen your professional profile as you continue sharing the knowledge that was disseminated by our speakers. And it will also provide a show that you attended these events. Now we're going to have a session with the superheroes of development. They have been awarded awards for excellence and innovation in programs implemented. I think this can serve as an example for how and all of you that are watching us starting today may feel inspired in becoming the next superheroes. Reina Mejía, who spoke with us earlier this morning, she is Executive Vice President of the IDB, and she will have an important discussion with the superheroes about the experiences relating to project implementations, who is leading these development projects, who are turning this content into action. So we're going to be focused on gender issues, and I now like to offer the floor to the Vice President Reina.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to talk about inclusion. And when I say inclusion, I mean diversity. And here I underscore gender. A key thing in development, and especially for the development of our region, where women have or should have a major role. At the IDB, we think that the IDB of Latin America and the Caribbean would grow by $2.6 billion a year as of 2025 if we were able to make certain that women could participate in the market economy as men do. And it would be even better if we could promote the talent of Afro-descendants, also of ethnic groups, and of the LGBTQ plus community, because doors are still closed to them. And there's discrimination against their rights just because they are minorities. We should also, as a society, make good use of the contribution of people with disabilities. And that would be possible if we could facilitate some tools to them and improving their labor conditions. To work for equality, to work towards inclusion is possible. And proof of that fact is the people that we're going to be talking to today. Cecilia Bizarra from El Salvador, Jaime Sarmiento from Ecuador, and Kelly Ruiz from Colombia. They represent our true superheroes. Here at the IDB, we call them the superheroes of development. And where would we be without them? These superheroes are the team executing the project financed by the IDB group in the countries. These teams are known as executing units. And what many people don't know is that they have to overcome tremendous challenges to be able to implement these projects. So it's thanks to their efforts that we have the impact that we do have when we say that here in the IDB, we are improving the lives of our people. So to implement a development project, to design it, execute it, can be very complicated. There are many unforeseen variables that can make things harder. For example, the procurement rules in a country, a global pandemic, that's something that we could never even have imagined. And we definitely could not be prepared for it. So all of these experiences where we work side by side allows us to create a tremendous source of knowledge. And so these superheroes of development is a knowledge platform that is part of the resources provided by the BIDAcademy. In other words, an initiative including lessons learned in more than 60 years of work side by side with people in the region. And this is currently available to our people in Latin America and the Caribbean. This has to do with one of the pillars of the bank's vision, operational excellence. We want to be more transparent, effective in our design, and effective in the execution of our projects. To learn from these challenges faced by others, and looking at solutions found by others. This is a path towards operational excellence in all of our operations. These efforts are part of our 2025 roadmap, and it's from this approach that we are reinventing the Americas by accelerating inclusive and sustainable development in our countries through 5 catalysts that we identify. That would be regional integration in global value chains. 2, digitalization. 3, support to SMEs. 4, action against climate change. And 5, and equally important, gender equality, diversity, and inclusion. That is precisely the topic for our conversation today. So we're going to begin with our first superhero, Cecilia Vizcarra from Ecuador. She took part in a project where women were essential to change the face of a very vulnerable community in the department of San Salvador. We are talking about a community where houses were being flooded. There was a major lack of public utilities, a community with no electrical power. We're all acquainted with communities of this nature in our countries. And the interesting thing about this case is that the government wanted to implement the necessary works, but they couldn't enter the community for security reasons. Cecilia, tell us about that. How did that process unfold? How were you able to gain access to that community? I understand that women were key to the success of this project. So what did you do? Briefly, let me tell you, we studied the technical information produced by the IDB, and we saw that there were a lot of women in the area. There are 9 communities that altogether are called Las Palmeras, and they have an inter-community leadership, and basically women tend to be the representatives. So we got in touch with these women. We were concerned. We didn't want the construction people to get there and for them to be threatened physically or in other ways by the gangs, the Salvatrucha gang, one of the biggest gangs in El Salvador. So we contacted those women. We were invited, we followed the protocol, but we were surrounded by young people back then and some young women that identified with the logo of that gang. But we, right from the start, worked on inclusion. We greeted everyone. We even kissed the women on the cheek, and that reduced the tension. We asked who would like their mom, their grandma, their sister to be able to turn on a faucet and have water come out so they wouldn't have to walk so far to get water or have to buy it, and it's very expensive. And so we said, how would you like to have an orderly street? How would you like to have sanitation services and electricity? So that helped with the tension, and we did that for 2 months before the construction company got to the area. Now, the construction, the supervision people arrived, and most of the women were professionals, and we put together a team to deal with the conflict. And a key thing was we appointed the mom, the sister of these gang members. And some of them wanted to leave, they didn't want to work. But since the grandma, since the mother was there saying, okay, I want a toilet, they helped not only with gaining access to the community, but also the whole process was very constructive and works were supervised. And of course, there is always a need for dispute resolution, but basically we were able to tackle this in the best way possible. Thank you. Fantastic. First of all, I was saying that investing in gender equality is investing in society. And in this case, I think that we have proven that point. This community in El Salvador empowered its women leaders, and they took part in workshops. They were trained in things like equal rights and different actions. So empowering them, strengthening them paid off. And that was excellent. So thank you, Cecilia. And tell us about the families that benefited from having done that work, saying, we want this to be done. And how about the jobs that were created? In the community, there are 500 families, and they came back. I think they're now 700, because when they saw how the community had been transformed, how women have been empowered, they looked at the opportunities that were opening up. So not only women of childbearing age, women that were working too, but even in the elderly, we had different initiatives. Women set up food stands. They were selling fruit juices. And so a lot of women found jobs. And that, for example, in the dining rooms, they also found work. And some of those productive activities are still in place in that community. Well, thank you, Cecilia. Once again, congratulations, because a project like this really does confirm the transformational role that women can play when you tap into our potential. And now I introduce Jaime Sarmiento to you. He is our superhero in Ecuador. Jaime represents the association Fe y Alegría, and it is more than 10 years old. It educates children and adolescents with some disability. They had to redesign a lot of things with the pandemic, and the whole world had to resort to lockdowns and virtual learning. And you can imagine that training persons with disabilities involves a lot of challenges. So just imagine the challenge if overnight students cannot go to class. Everything has been adapted in those classrooms to deal with disabilities. So Jaime, how did you adapt to the realities of the pandemic to continue to teach these young people, these children, these adolescents? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Well, first of all, looking at the context, we looked at the needs, the situation of each member of the educational community. Now, our project covers 6 different teaching centers in Quito and elsewhere. These are centers that have some 5,000 students. They are low income, and 500 of them have disabilities, disabilities of all sorts, physical, intellectual, visual, auditory, and 49% of these students are women or girls. So as you know, classes had to be suspended, and it was for 2 years. So it was hard to deal with the challenges of the pandemic. There was a lack of access to tablets, computers, etc., to be able to continue to teach. Communities really were not prepared for that. Families weren't in a position to support their children often, especially the most marginalized sectors were the most affected. It was really hard to keep up educational activities. Now, once again, it's important to look at the context and supporting the students, their families, as well as our teachers. Now, regarding pedagogical support, we had to work on designing and implementing virtual training tools. Not everyone had a device to access classes. Now, sometimes where it was possible with connectivity, there was internet access given, devices, and 74% of our teachers are women, and 90% of the specialized teacher assistants were also women. Now, in Santo Domingo, through this training process, they found strategies so that students could take part and learn. And in the meantime, this person was taking care of her own children, facing the same challenges as the families. Now, we did engage in listening to the families, and that helped us deal with the educational context, the homework, and we tapped into the experience of the families, and we looked at the possibility of doing empowerment, looking at the experience of mothers that have more experience. They have been able to position themselves and could provide insights regarding these disabilities. And in the socioeconomic sphere, we had to provide socioeconomic assistance. In some cases, we had to deal with emergencies, with food kits, and all of this made it possible to facilitate care, accelerate learning, and make certain that students would continue to learn. Thank you. Persons with disability only need us to give them tools and suitable conditions so they can contribute just like any other person to different areas, to different sectors. So thank you, Jaime. Thank you for your work. And I imagine you have a lot of stories about these students that have profited from the work of the foundation. What do they do? What's their life like after going through this project? How or what do they think when they graduate, when they profited from the work? Well, I would like to highlight the fact that it's the families, especially the mothers, organizations that deal with disability. They have been the major actors to assure that disabled students have access to information so their children can benefit from that guaranteed right. When we began this project 11 years ago, we didn't have education tools that could assure that these students would finish their education. We wanted to make sure that they wouldn't wind up just with basic education, but they would finish the educational cycle. So we were able to produce the changes so that these students can finish their secondary studies. Now, it was especially empowered mothers. Through their influence, they brought pressure to bear to achieve the funding and also to eliminate the administrative barriers that stand in the way of public education, talking to local authorities, to assembly members, to the Minister of Education. They contacted him, they sat him down and said, Mr. Minister, we demand that our children be included in secondary education, also with higher education entities, so as to uphold the right that is enshrined in different documents assuring access to higher education. So in 2021, right in the middle of the pandemic, and this was unfortunate because it is when jobs have become more and more scarce, but 20 students graduated in careers having to do with or graduating from higher education courses. And we continue to work in that direction. Now, in Latin America, it's not frequent to find that these people have access to higher education. It is viewed as a privilege, and it should not be. Now, these students that graduated are looking for jobs. The case of Erica, she is from the community of Santo Domingo, and she is deaf. Or Juan Carlos Castillo, who is working as a language model in the educational careers. And also we have another person working in transportation, another in agriculture in Santo Domingo, but there are other students too that have started a family, that are working very productively. Of course, there's a lot of work still to be done in terms of educating persons with disabilities so they can have a fulfilling adult life. The laws do codify their education now, and it's important to have these people be able to contribute, but to see them graduate, to have them in an institution that guarantees that knowledge and for them to gain experience, to facilitate that transition from school to a job. That is something also where we're working with industry, with the business community. Thank you, Jaime. And also, I want to congratulate you on what you do. This is truly an example of how inclusion is an investment that changes lives, that creates a social return and delivers citizens that are actually contributing to society. So thank you very much. Now, let's go to our next hero, and she's in Colombia, Kelly Ruz, who is involved in a project to take electrical power to an Afro-descendant community in the Pacific area of Colombia. So just imagine what it means to not have electricity on an ongoing basis, to not have power 24 hours a day. One of the challenges of this project was to work with the community. Here, the problem was not security, as we saw in the previous case, but getting to the community required a major effort. You had to take a road for some 20 hours, then you had to take a boat, and then you had to cross some rivers with a lot of mangroves. So just imagine doing that with 38 posts, 14 meters long, and also 8-meter posts of medium tension, plus giant transformers and kilometers of cabling. And as if that were not a big enough challenge, it was also a challenge to gain the trust of the people living in the area. Two things happened. First of all, women were the key to overcome the initial mistrust on the part of the community. And second, the Afro-descendant community in general got fully involved in the project's execution. And Kelly, it was truly a journey. And I congratulate you on your resilience. So tell us exactly, what did these incredible women in the community do? I would like to hear you describe it. I know that the rest of our audience is also looking forward to hearing from you. Well, let me tell you where we are. We're in 4 departments along the Pacific Coast, 50 municipalities, and 33. The fund has projects for rural energy, water, and sewage. In these communities, we have pluri-ethnic communities. We have indigenous reserves, and the fund has a participation of 46% of these communities. They're consulted on these projects. And it's important to tell you that our fund also has a characteristic in terms of its governance. And first of all, we have the characterization of the organizations in El Chocó and Buenaventura along the Pacific Coast in Colombia. And also there is an inventory of unmet needs. And these needs have existed for years. So it's important to talk about the major role played by the communities, because that is definitely our priority, the priority of our fund. For us, it's not only coming in and informing them or socializing. We first have a consultation. We begin from moment zero in our project with that consultation. We talk to them, and that leads to an answer and also ownership on the projects. And that also increases the satisfaction once the works are actually delivered. And what can I say about women? Obviously, women play a vital role right from the start and during the entire project. We have seen that the women in this area along the Pacific needed independent spaces, and independent spaces are preserved after our work is done, and also they support us during the development of the project. And we have a program called Women Protecting the Territory. That is a program that mitigates the risk of violence or abuse vis-a-vis movement of the people that come in to work on these projects, but also it supports employability of women, opening up job opportunities. For example, of creating housing opportunities, producing inputs, providing food to the working community. Also, we have another opportunity, and this is something we have strengthened. Right now, 25% of the workforce on our projects is women, and especially women from the location. So much so that this is significant in the infrastructure where we are implementing our projects. Also, those women are taking ownership, and they are generating knowledge in this project of Women Protecting the Territory. They have initiatives having to do with their housing, and they are finding resources, plus we are training them so that they will be protecting their territory. And obviously, in that role, they are generating lessons so that our projects can not cause harm and be a benchmark. That's wonderful. Now, thanks to the leadership of women and the participation of the community, how did those projects turn out? Could you tell us what was the secret? What was the key to the success of these projects? I know that you have worked on them a lot, but what was the key to that success? Well, first of all, we worked with the community councils. It's important to respect the stories they have, talked to the community, also to meet with the government's boards. It is important to respect local tradition. It is a matter of requesting authorization. Women play that role. They tell us when it's okay and when it's not. And an interesting thing is that along the Pacific, there are times when the weather is very dry. Other times you cannot even get to the territory. Because of the tide, sometimes there's no access to the river. So they have provided us with that information. Also, they have helped us improve the quality of their lives. And also, they sell what they call bonis. So just imagine how hot it is in these specific communities. Imagine how hot it is. So selling beverage also to improve the quality of life so that they don't use wood in their cook stoves. That also improved the quality of their lives. Plus, it has environmental benefits. So along the Pacific, where it's so hot, we are seeing dreams come true, not only with energy, like in Gualapo, we continue to fulfill these dreams in the Pacific communities. Also, we are using diesel plants because also we're looking to protect the environment. So this too affects the quality of life of these women. We are fulfilling dreams of the old people because they want to be able to watch their TV 24 hours a day. So it's an opportunity. Plus, women in their program called Women Protecting the Territory, we too are working with children who are teaching about water and energy. And that is an education in terms of these services now being provided so that the population will use those services rationally, so that being able to have access to these services won't turn into a problem where they can't pay the utility bill when it arrives. So now we have women that are fully empowered. They're protecting their territory. They are making certain that boys and girls, and we know how important that young population is because people from the outside come in to build these projects. So there is the risk of rape, etc. So now we have women that are certain that the territory is free of violence.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting what happened with this initiative. Instead of becoming a project for the community, it became a project executed, carried out with the community. And that thanks to the participation of women and to the active participation of Afro descendants. These are lessons where we can learn a lot. These are the experiences that another project can feed on in order to replicate best practices and to avoid mistakes. Thank you very much, Kelly. And once again, congratulations. These are wonderful, exciting stories. We must share these stories. It is not enough to just document these stories, right? So Cecilia, Jaime, Kelly, this question goes to all three. And I propose that you answer the question in that same order in which you participated and in which you spoke previously. Out of all the learnings that you had in your projects, what is the most important lesson you learned? And in your opinion, what are other executing units doing and what should they know? Let us begin with the previous order as we started previously. So Cecilia has the floor. Well, I believe that working in order to attain excellence, that is what all executing units should do. Suffice it, or it's not sufficient to have control methodologies and accountability if, in fact, we don't work as a team with all those involved, all the stakeholders. And in this case, the communities ought to be the main stakeholders, always taken into account, as Kelly said, ever since the project is created. And in executing units, we have to promote all that teamwork, that democratic leadership, something that is not imposed upon us, but that social concession of concessions so that we can have greater opportunities. In my personal case, I had never coordinated an executing unit of such a huge size, 50 million project, where I had under my responsibility 20, and all of them were investment. I cannot complain because my team worked to achieve excellence every single day. And we covered not only 1 mile or 2 or 3, but we walked all the necessary miles in the different communities because the 6 territories were in highly precarious conditions. And it is fair for the executing units to leave behind that professional pride, that status as a community. And what is necessary is to go to the communities to offer the best we can offer at all times. And it seems to me that this is the biggest lesson I learned, and it is a life lesson for me. Thank you very much, Cecilia. Jaime, please. Well, in fact, inclusive education, for that we need a lot of changes. We need to enforce the laws, to issue educational approaches, elimination of hurdles and barriers. And even though this is a great organization in Latin America and in Ecuador, we've celebrated 50 years of existence in our history, and we have the possibility to negotiate, to have an impact. In spite of that, we were not able to motivate and trigger some of the changes that are needed in those who make decisions on public policies. So we performed the role of mediators, facilitators of training processes, facilitating the exchange amongst families to empower this exchange, to promote their participation. And this is how we saw that we obtained better results, and that the rights defenders and people with disability were, in fact, those who achieved that awareness raising and decision making. Decisions such as when we speak of education with deaf people, the best environment, the best surrounding, and the best approach is that of a bilingual and bicultural education. To emphasize education in sign language, ever since you are a child, a small child, and for that we need schools that are prepared to educate deaf people, and this can be very challenging and even contradictory in some cases. But we've come to realize that this is what best achieves our purpose in the context of Latin America, in our context in particular. Learning and participation, because including them is only opening up one door. You have to walk in, you have to participate, you have to learn. And this is what we forget with public policies. We speak of inclusion. It is not only creating the necessary conditions to provide access, but it is conditions in order to facilitate participation. In the case of education, in order to facilitate learning. And that is not achieved efficiently with multiple disabilities, severe disability, or profound disabilities, when we simply include them in our regular education process. So in some cases, it is necessary to have a provision of services that will guarantee that the supply of education for the population. They've never had access to education. They've been separated, expelled from the regular educational process. And in order to do this, we need to think from the point of view of the family, the person, and to achieve that learning that families themselves have with the people with disabilities. They find many doors closed, and through that they start demanding their rights, and they achieve a thorough, profound knowledge about the situation with their sons and daughters. If we don't have that knowledge, if we don't have the means to have an impact on public policy, we miss a huge opportunity to achieve the transformation we want. Thank you very much, Jaime. And last but not least, Kelly. Well, on the Pacific, we're very sure that our lessons learned are to respect traditions and life, the life of the communities and of an ethnic culture, to respect, even though we don't have norms and provisions in some of the cases that would lead to certain concentrations that have to take place because of that impact that they have in the ethnic communities. Even though it is believed that projects become projects for development, those projects have also to be full of respect for traditions, for that concerted action in the communities. That has to be taken into account in order to gain confidence, to ratify the care that these communities bring to the project. At times of insecurity or at difficult times with the weather, the climate, with the security, with all the rest, and other situations, and particularly respecting safeguards. One of our most valuable lessons learned is environmental and social safeguards here that are broader than our Colombian provisions and standards has enabled us community to be identified with the development of their projects and that they feel full support from building the project, from the standard itself. In addition, we have a vote of confidence. Today, as a lessons learned, we have votes of confidence vis-a-vis a project. In fact, several projects, 9 of them that we developed in community councils where the community said, since everything is prepared and ready so that you will take care of our environmental and social rights according to the safeguards, then we desist from a consultative process, which is a prior consultation that a right that the communities have in our territory. And we expedite this so that under this document of the plans for environmental and social management plans, they could develop these in a more expeditious way, and they would have the vote of confidence, stating that they were going to have their environmental and social concept respected. I also believe that one of the issues of the lessons learned that we currently have on the Pacific is to keep the people active, informed, and consulted, all the communities at all times. They guarantee, they ensure, and they contribute to maintaining the public order that these projects bring with them in these very remote areas that we have on the Pacific territory in our country. And last but not least, not to acknowledge that tradition and culture is a problem, but an opportunity, in the case of women, to create a specific program for women, as we said previously, and sometimes the issue of inclusion does not allow women to speak. We need special times to be assigned to women. And that way, women were allowed to speak. They were empowered. They had entrepreneurship, and they created in their own times, in adaptation, their moments of adaptation and their safe moments to make sure that they can be more dynamic and all the rest. So today, we have the honor. We are developing a prevention plan, and we're leading this prevention plan, preventing gender-based violence for Latin America, in a IDB and World Bank partnership. And we want the pilot to be developed to become a wonderful opportunity for all the other operators and executing units to make sure that we won't have any violence in our projects. Finally, if we want to have the best lessons learned, even though these projects will be projects for social development, we have to consider the agreements that are concerted with the communities, economically concerted actions, and to take into account those productive projects that will enable us to have some progress after these opportunities for infrastructure come to us, and thus be able to approve them and to develop productive units with these opportunities, social opportunities brought up by these infrastructures. Thank you very much, Kelly. Cecilia, Jaime, and Kelly, we have nothing but words of gratitude for the work you do and for your achievements and for the generosity of your time in today's program. Your work, your testimonies are quite valuable because they allow us to relay that knowledge of the executing units, what they acquire with each project. That is what this Knowledge Week is all about, getting to know each other deeply, to be more practical and relevant so that together we can discover how to overcome the development challenges of our beloved region. Therefore, we need superheroes like Cecilia, Jaime, and Kelly, people capable of overcoming what seems to be insurmountable at first sight, people who dedicate their talents to work for the benefit of others. If you know other superheroes like these, please tell them that at the IDB, we're looking for them. Right now, a new call for Superheroes for Development is open, which closes this Friday, July 1st, so we still have time. Just a couple of days, but we want to highlight the work and the lessons of more development projects. please don't stop looking and bringing other superheroes. We still have time. Ultimately, this is all about improving lives, and it is up to us to make the best use of our superpowers in order to achieve it. So, how do you like this? Do you want to join this mission? And thank you very much again.
Bienvenidos
Good
nuevamente.
afternoon and welcome back to our Knowledge Week here at the BIDAcademy, here in the Inter-American Development Bank. Today, in this classroom, and this time we are live from Colombia, we're going to have the privilege of having a great masterclass on gender disparities in the labor market. Also, it's wonderful that we have a live classroom. We are in the Universidad de los Andes, this partnering with Northwestern University. Also, we have the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana from Colombia and EAFIT from Colombia in Medellin. And also the Administrative Department of Statistics in Colombia is with us. From the University of the Andes, Professor Maria Lopez Uribe will be moderating our next block. And also, we're going to be hearing from Diana Mocarejo, who is a senior specialist from the Gender and Diversity Division. Before we get started, I invite you to take part through our chat, either on YouTube, LinkedIn, or Facebook. So there's a whole team that can field your questions. And also, all of these people are focusing on gender, so they're interested in hearing your comments. So please write to us through the chat and also send in your questions so we can bring them in at the end. Now, when I say ask questions, please send us concise questions for our panelists. If it's a long question, we may not have time, but if it's a to-the-point question, I am sure that our panel will be able to work your question into our conversation. So we want this to be a two-way event. We sharing content with you and you giving us your insights. So here we join you from the headquarters of the Inter-American Development Bank here in Washington, D.C. Thank you and good day. First of all, I wanted to welcome our in-person audience here in La Universidad de los Andes. It's great to have this opportunity to meet with you. And it's great to have this group of experts, professors, students that are committed to creating better work opportunities for women. I also greet our virtual audience from Latin America and the Caribbean. This is a conversation, and we want you to participate. That is why your comments, your questions through the chat are welcome. Now, today's session is going to deal with a key issue to encourage the well-being in our region, looking at the challenges, the gaps, the strategies for labor markets through the gender lens. We know that this has to be a collective effort. Yesterday, and this was important for Colombia, there was publication of a report on truth. And here we can see Colombia through that mirror. And all of us have joined efforts to deal with inequalities and to promote opportunities to improve our tomorrow. Now, our Vision 2025, our roadmap for the IDB, talks about gender equality, diversity, and inclusion. We are looking at employment, entrepreneurship, strategies against gender-based violence, care strategies, better access, better quality for social services. And in this meeting, we have with us panelists that are specialized in the labor market. I wanted to thank the Universidad de los Andes for hosting this event, and also I thank my colleagues, especially the team in communication, Claudia Piras, and also we are happy to have Lori Beeman, Ana Maria Diaz, and Karen Garcia Rojas with us. And we have Maria del Pilar Lopez Uribe with us. She is our moderator. So thank you for joining us. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be moderating this session. First of all, a great masterclass that we're going to have. And then we have a panel where we'll hear from 3 experts. And we also have the participation of a student from my classes. This is a network that we have called We Meet Here at the Universidad de los Andes. So I want to call on Lori Beeman, Associate Professor from Northwestern University in the Department of Economics, and she will be talking for 35 minutes about the labor market through a gender lens. And then we will start our panel and our discussion. So, Lori, it's great to have you with us. And the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Should I go ahead and share my screen? Okay. Okay, great. Well, first of all, thank you to IDB as well as University of Los Andes for hosting this event. I'm very excited to have the discussion with the panel and learn from experts in the region. I'm going to give an overview of sort of my current take on thinking about gender and the labor market. And then I hope we can really have some nice, robust discussion and discussion with the panelists. Why don't I just start with sort of a map with some information that you probably all largely already know. So this is just a global view of what female labor force participation rates look like as of 2019. So this is before the pandemic. Most of what I'm going to talk about today is going to be thinking about trends pre-pandemic. But, sort of women's labor force participation has been, only sort of more under threat because of COVID-19. But here, as of 2019, we see there's quite a lot of variation in female labor force participation. But what's also very striking is that you don't see very many countries where there's a very high rate of labor force participation. And if we look within, this is just South America to give you, some sense within the LAC region. Here we have female labor force participation, and you see, that rates are fairly low. And they're higher in some countries and lower in some other countries. And so the next figure that I wanted to show is actually looking at these rates over time. And so all of this data is coming from Our World in Data. You all can go to public source and play around with the data yourselves. And here you see between 1990 and 2019, actually quite a bit of positive progress in increasing women's labor force participation rates. The most striking country in this graph is Peru, going from less than 45% in 1990, going up to 70%. And we'll come back to Peru when we think about the potential trade-off between sort of the quantity and the quality of jobs. But you see, some countries in the region having these positive increases over time, and then sort of other countries which have sort of a fairly stagnant and persistent rate of labor force participation. So that's just thinking about, the percentage of women in the population who have any sort of job. I also want to think about the composition of our leaders in corporations. And so this figure is looking at the proportion of women in senior and middle management positions as of 2021. And you see here, there's some missing data for some countries, but there's a good amount of variation. You see, South Asia and the Middle East with particularly low rates. And you see sort of, moderate rates of women in leadership positions within North America, as well as the LAC region. And next, though, I wanted to sort of juxtapose these two different figures. So on the left is the graph that you literally just saw, the picture you just saw, which is looking at senior and middle management positions. On the right is the proportions of seats held by women in parliament. So this is looking within the political domain. And I think there's actually some striking differences here. So if you look within Europe, for example, on the right, you see a lot of really sort of dark blue and even purple colors. And so that's showing that you have at least parity, or even more than 50% of parliamentarians in those countries are women. But when you look on the left, you see a much lower rate in Europe of women who are in senior positions within corporations. By contrast, the United States is pretty similar in both, has similar rates in both of these figures. And in the LAC region, you also see quite a bit of variation, but I would say largely that you do see more representation of women within politics than you do within the private sector. And I think this is an interesting contrast, and sort of where I'm starting is because I think the policy tools that we have available between these two different sectors are quite different. So, within the LAC region, most countries have some form of legislated candidate quotas, sort of ensuring that you have female representation in politics. And most countries around the world have no such equivalent for thinking about leadership positions. Norway has some requirements on corporate boards, but certainly within the Americas, we don't have those kinds of policies. And so what am I going to do in the rest of this talk? I just want to sort of frame this topic for our discussion with the panel that I'm looking forward to. And I'm going to talk about some of the really bread and butter policies that we have been focusing on to support women in the labor market. But what I want to do is I want to highlight that some of our remaining challenges, the challenges that are preventing us to sort of going to the next level of women being fully empowered in the labor market, a lot of those challenges are coming through societal norms, gender norms, and that are going to be harder to address through just direct public policy. Because what happens in our homes, what happens in our social lives, have a big impact on what happens in the labor market. But I do think actions by firms and the leadership, sort of, the getting more women, for example, in those management positions, could have a big impact. And so for the young people participating today, this is for all of you to think about how we can implement policies which are going to support women at sort of all levels of the labor market. So, what are some of these key policy tools? I would say the first one probably that comes to mind is maternity leave. So just for background, the Maternity Protection Convention in 2000 recommends the following things for when a woman is going to have a baby. The women should have at least 14 weeks, and those weeks off should be paid at least 2/3 of their previous earnings. And furthermore, the recommendation is about the sources of funding being a combination of public funds as well as employer contributions. So within the LAC region, 6 countries actually meet all of these standards: Belize, Brazil, Colombia, Panama, and Venezuela. We won't even go into the fact that the United States is horrible in all of these dimensions. So what this figure is showing is that at least, sort of on the books, the maternity leave policy is looking, I would say, pretty good within the region. So this is showing the number of weeks in different countries. I have Puerto Rico in this figure, which is sort of, even better than sort of the rest of the United States in terms of maternity leave benefits. But there is some subtlety in the way that these policies are implemented. So in Brazil, 4 months of maternity leave is compulsory, and then firms have the option of adding on 2 additional months where the employer then has to be contributing part of those funds. So there's a lot of nuance in these policies that are not showing up in this figure. So how helpful is maternity leave? I would say that maternity leave is necessary, but it's really not sufficient to move the needle much in women's labor force participation, and certainly not in terms of women rising the ranks within companies and firms. So I think, unfortunately, the evidence that we have within the economics literature is suggesting that it's not transformative for women's experiences in the labor market. So a lot of the evidence is coming from Europe, where Europe is going, a lot of the studies here are thinking about changes from pretty already moderate maternity leave policies to going to very generous policies. And these policies seem to be helpful for affecting fertility, but seem to be pretty limited in whether women actually continue to be engaged in the labor market in the medium and the long run. I think there's some evidence that's a bit more positive for the United States. But that might very well be because going from zero maternity leave protection to some protection is very valuable. There's some very interesting work by Echeverry in 2021, and I believe she works for IDB now, showing some modest improvements in women's labor force participation from a very interesting leave policy in Uruguay, which allows women to have a lot of flexibility as they return to the labor market after giving birth. And so, maternity leave is helpful, it's necessary, but it's not really, dramatically changing women's experiences in the labor market. And I'll come back to this point in a moment, especially when thinking about the LAC region, where there's a lot of informality. A lot of women are in informal jobs. A lot of the maternity leave benefits are only going to accrue to women who are lucky enough to be in the formal sector. And I'll return to that point in a few minutes. So then the question is, what might be more transformative than sort of maternity leave as our, sort of first thought of benefits of policies to help women in the labor market? I would say before we can think about those policies, we first need to think about the work that women are doing on average outside of the labor market. And so this chart is from one of my colleagues, Matthias Stopka, and this chart is part of a paper that's making a different point than what I'm making, but it's this. I think this chart is useful, and you'll see for a minute. So here on the x-axis, it's looking at data which is about the share of housework and childcare done by men. The y-axis is looking at average total fertility rates. And again, our interest here is more on women's engagement in the labor market. Fertility is, a related question, but a different one. And this chart is focused primarily on OECD countries. And you see a strong positive correlation between, having more kids and having men do more work within the household. So that's an interesting correlation in its own right. But in some ways, like what is most striking about this figure is actually the distribution of the x-axis, that you're going from 20% to at max 35%. That, parity of domestic work sort of isn't even on the chart. So that's, so how far we have to go in terms of sort of equal distribution of housework in OECD countries. So this figure now is going a little bit broader, and here I'm including countries from the LAC region, as well as a few other countries which I think serve as an interesting benchmark to compare. So this is the female to male ratio of time devoted to unpaid care work. And, the big outlier in this chart is India, where, Indian women and women in South Asia in general are just saddled with an enormous amount of work, of domestic work that needs to be done. But, then we see there's still like quite a bit of variation. And, we still see across the board that women are doing, 3 times as much unpaid care work, for example, than men. I include Denmark in this as, getting closest to our perfect model of Scandinavia. But even in Denmark, there's, women are doing more work than men within the household. And so this is actually work from Maria del Pilar, which was very interesting to read in preparation for this lecture. And I'll refer to her work a few different times in this lecture. So this is specifically looking at survey data from Colombia. And here you see that, motherhood is part of this story. So, women are spending a lot more time caring for household members, physical care, caring for children under the age of 5. But the entry of cleaning, maintenance, and repairing activities for the home is also a very dramatic difference. And I would say there's no biological reasons. There might be some biological reasons why women are very active in the lives of young children. There's no biological reason why we would have such stark differences between men and women in terms of doing work around the home. This chart is looking at the relationship between female employment and public spending on family benefits, sort of coming back to this idea of like, what are the kind of public policies that we can implement. These are purely correlations. We don't know what the causal relationship is. One could be causing the other and back and forth. But it's a good starting point to just look at sort of the correlations in the data. So on the x-axis, we have female employment to population ratio. On the y-axis, we have family benefits, public spending as a percentage of GDP. And so, if you do OLS in your mind when looking at this figure, you definitely see a strong upward slope. So in Norway, you have more public benefit spending and a higher women's employment to population ratio. Chile is really just like probably like dead on what the OLS estimate what line would be. And Mexico, though, you're seeing quite a bit lower female employment, as well as pretty low levels of family benefit public spending. The United States is sort of an outlier in having, a similar labor force participation rate for women of like Finland and Germany, with much lower levels of family benefits. So, with that background in mind, what are the kinds of policies that we can think about that might be more transformative? There's no doubt that the public provision of childcare is really quite helpful. And we have a good amount of evidence within the LAC region suggesting that childcare is a big part of the story. But the benefits are also somewhat still, moderate. So the Hoyman and Lopez-Fu paper that I cite here, that they look like that providing public childcare increases women's labor force participation by 14 percentage points, which is a large effect, but it's still not getting us to potentially, where every woman is freely able to choose whether or not they're working in the labor market or not. There's some very interesting work that hopefully we'll hear about during the panel on flexible work arrangements. And I think this is also part of the story during COVID, is that at least sort of white collar women were able to stay in the labor market, even though their kids were out of school, because the work arrangements could be more flexible during COVID. But the work by Ana Maria and Claudia and others here are suggesting that flexible work arrangements are not going to be the solution for everybody. And really, when you think about it, what are flexible work arrangements doing? They're making it easier for women to both do all the housework and have a job in the labor market. And that doesn't seem like the long run solution of just making it easier for women to do more work and continue doing a lot more unpaid work. So I think we do need to think about the role of gender norms about this unpaid care work, and think about ways of sort of changing then what is happening within the household. And I think paternity leave is an interesting policy to be thinking about. And I'll also say, I'll come back to this sort of public provision of childcare as well, because in some countries within the LAC region, the benefits of childcare are also only accruing to those in the formal sector. Okay, so this is an analogous figure to what you saw before when we were looking at maternity leave. In this case, we're looking at paternity leave. But the key is that this is the number of days, not the number of weeks, right? So even countries that have a paternity leave sort of requirement, Venezuela and Paraguay being the most generous, it's 14 days. Colombia is 8 days, for example. So what do we know about the benefits of paternity leave? I think there's pretty good evidence that men taking paternity leave is very good for children and their development. There's evidence that paternity leave means that fathers and their children have much closer relationships, even over the longer run. There's definitely immediate benefits for mothers. So there's improvement of better physical health as well as mental health by having the father around during those first, critical few weeks after a baby is born, so that the mother can recover. What I think is very intriguing, but where we don't know as much as I wish that we did, and that's about the potential for paternity leave to be shifting some of these within household gender norms. And so this Patniak paper is looking at Canada. The Kotsadam and Finseras paper is looking at Norway. And in both of those papers, there's some evidence that even that short-term phase of taking paternity leave can mean that there's a more equitable distribution of work that's happening within the household over the long run. But I don't think this is universally true. These are two studies. Other work by Echeverry looking at paternity leave in Ecuador is overall, positive on what the overall benefits of paternity leave are. But in this particular case, it didn't really move the needle very much in whether or not paternity leave was changing the distribution of household chores within the household. So I think that there's it's sort of the possible benefits of paternity leave are exciting, but we don't yet fully know what they are. And paternity leave, I think, is also another element where the policy interacts with social norms in a very important way. And so there's evidence, for example, that men are much more likely to take paternity leave when people within their family, like brothers or brothers-in-laws, have taken paternity leave themselves, or if another man within their company has previously taken paternity leave. So it seems like having, the norm shifting where it's sort of expected for men to be taking paternity leave and not something unusual and strange for men to actually use their benefit. The social norms changing is a very important piece for sort of take up to become much more widespread. And so for any future father participating today who's considering taking paternity leave, in the classic economics perspective, there's going to be an externality that if you take the paternity leave yourself, there's going to have these other benefits to people in your life. So that should further encourage you to think about taking your paternity leave. Okay, so now I want to turn and talk sort of more directly about informality. I sort of sprinkled it in a little bit here and there that we need to grapple with the role of informality. But here I'm going to start off with a few more charts, and then we can think about what are the broader implications of informality. So this is a chart looking at women in informal employment as a share of female employment in 2017. I'll show you in a moment a chart that compares informality for men versus women, again, based on Maria Del Pilar's work. So here I have a combination of countries, some in the LAC region and some sort of more broadly. You can see overwhelmingly Uganda is a place where there's a high share of informal employment. You see Brazil is a much lower rate. And we'll come back to talk about Peru in a moment, but here you see a high rate of women in informal employment. If you remember at the very beginning, we also saw that women's labor force participation rate in Peru was very high compared to other countries. But if women are only employed in the informal sector, those might not be the best quality jobs, even if they are very active in the labor market. So we can ask ourselves, are they working out of necessity as opposed to working because they have women's economic empowerment? So this chart is looking, and I'm going to walk you through it because I'm not sure on the screen, it might be a little bit small for all of you to follow. So I'll walk through what I think the key points that I want to make with this chart are. So on the left-hand panel, this is looking at women, and the right-hand panel is looking at men. And then we have data going from 2000 to 2020 for 5 different countries: Argentina, Colombia, Brazil, Ecuador, and Peru. And you can see, there's a longer time series for some countries than for others. And I think, when you just sort of visually inspect this figure, I think it's, striking that it looks like on average there's higher informality on the left-hand panel for women than on the right-hand panel. Peru, again, is a very interesting case where, overall informality is higher for both men and women. There's a strong downward slope across time, which is great to see, but that slope seems to be much steeper for men than for women. So as of 2020, we saw more declines in the informality rate for men than for women. And so, why is informality important? It's going to fall on different types of men and women, and it's going to affect their ability to access different types of benefits in the public policy space. So this chart, again, from the same overview piece, is looking at the informality rate for men and for women based on different educational levels. So there's, one stylized fact from this chart is simply that informality is much higher for individuals who have lower levels of education. So 80 to 90% for people with primary school level education, about 30% for those with higher education. The second sort of takeaway from this chart for me is that the informality rate gap between men and women is largest for individuals who have at least a secondary education level. And so this is an interesting population where potentially these individuals could be either in informal or formal, and moving this needle might also have a lot of benefits in terms of getting women access to, say, maternity leave and child care benefits. Okay, so women in informal work may not benefit from maternity leave and childcare. So, some countries, the way that they are able to increase the provision of childcare and give childcare benefits to women is through an employer mandate. So Brazil is one example, Chile is another example in the region. And often, I think in both Brazil and Chile, they have a cutoff of if a firm has at least 20 women who are formally employed in their firm, then they're required to subsidize childcare or provide childcare. And so there's very interesting work by Escobar, Lafortune, and Tesada showing that there's an unintended consequence of these kinds of policies where, if a company has 17, 18 women that they've hired, they might not want to hire an additional 3 women because then the cost of that additional woman is very large because they're going to have to provide that childcare subsidy to all of the women that they've employed. And so these sorts of policies can have unintended consequences of discouraging firms from hiring women. And so, in a place that has higher informality than Chile and Brazil, you might also suspect that another solution, you could just not hire women. Another solution is that you could just hire women with an informal contract, where they might also then not be required to provide benefits to the women at the firm. So up to now, I've largely focused on the labor force participation rate of women, but we do need to think not just about the quantity of jobs, whether women are working at all, but we also need to think about the quality of jobs. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the gender wage gap and sort of give you a little bit of a rant on how I think the gender wage gap is an interesting statistic, but we have to really have a lot of caveats in mind when we're thinking about it. So here again, another Our World in Data chart looking just at South America. This is the unadjusted gender wage gap in average hourly wages going back to 2016. And so we do see a lot of heterogeneity. So, Argentina having a lower unadjusted gender gap in wages, and Peru and Chile having much higher rates. Again, with Peru having a high labor force participation rate for women, but then also a pretty large gender gap as well, and where women are more likely to be in the informal sector. This is the same figure. I've just selected additional countries outside of LAC in order to serve as a benchmark for comparison. And so you've the United Kingdom and Peru with pretty similar unadjusted gender gaps of about 20%, which I would say are quite large. Sweden and Norway, that we think about as being, at the frontier of gender equality, still you see an unadjusted gender wage gap of about 14%. And then Mexico, Panama, and Nicaragua are much lower of less than 7%. But we can think about overall women's labor force participation rate in conjunction with the gender wage gap, and that interpretation becomes a little bit more challenging. Okay, so the first thought for economists, so that data was all raw data unadjusted. The first thought for economists is like, oh, but there are lots of things that are different potentially between men and women. And is there still a gender wage gap once you sort of control for those other characteristics? So the table here on the right, this is coming from a study from Blau and Kahn in 2006, and it looks at data from the United States. But I think it's still an interesting exercise for us to consider today. And so this is looking at what is the contribution of the wage differential between men and women by these different characteristics. So it's saying, okay, so in the United States, actually, women tend to have more educational attainment than men. And so this negative 6.7% is saying that actually we would expect the gender wage gap to go the other way just based on educational attainment. But about 11% of the gender wage gap can be explained by differential labor force experience. So women have fewer years of experience in the labor market, and that's part of the reason why they're being paid less. There's still 40% that's just completely unexplained, which I would argue is a pretty large percentage. And notice the other big thing is occupational category, which is explaining almost 30% of the gender wage gap. So what is our takeaway from controlling or conditioning on these different characteristics? I'm not sure what I personally think the unadjusted wage gap is something that we need to focus on in and of itself, because controlling for these other things, even if it was 100%, this doesn't make the gender wage gap go away completely. Like, it's still an important metric. So I'm just going to talk about two of those examples of those characteristics that you would be controlling for. One is labor market experience. So certainly motherhood, because women can take maternity leave, women, mothers are going to have on average probably less labor market experience because only women are the ones who are bearing children. Even for women who are not mothers, they might be facing discrimination in the labor market, and they might find it harder to get a job. That's also going to be lowering their labor market experience. But we don't want to be conditioning on those things, because those are things that have, like, sort of society is causing women to have these both reduced labor market experience as well as lower wages. And if we think about occupation, I don't believe that women women can freely choose which occupations that they're going into. There's a lot of societal norms that are governing women's choices into which sort of occupation that they're going to be going in. So we need to grapple with occupational segregation, not as something that we would just want to control for, but something that we need to interrogate in its own right. So this is an interesting figure. It's from Italy, which is sort of a random example. But the main takeaway that you want from this figure is that women are overwhelmingly working in services, and that's actually increasing over time. And so it might be that women are more likely to be working over time, but their share of working in services is also going up. And then the second piece of data that you need to interpret this is that on average, wages in the service sector are usually lower wages than in, say, manufacturing, or sometimes, depending on the kind of work, in agriculture. So this chart is coming from great work by IDB on the future of work. And so this is showing that between men and women, that women are overwhelmingly working in the care sector. So women are working as paid domestic labor, education, health and social labor activities. So those are the sectors that have the largest gender gaps. Those are also sectors that tend to be very poorly paid. And so this is feeding into part of the gender wage gap. But it's not something that we want to simply control for. It's something that we need to think about changing, and thinking about what is affecting women's choices of going into different occupations. I would argue that especially the combination of informality and occupational segregation could mean that women could really get stuck in low-paying jobs. And we need to think beyond just labor force participation. So I want to take a moment to think about hiring practices as just sort of an example of something that might be hard for public policy to solve directly, but that leaders within firms can certainly address. So a stylized fact is that at least half of jobs sort of around the world, in OECD countries, I've seen it in India in my research as well, people get jobs through their family and friends. And maybe we'll hear more about this in the panel as well. Diaz in 2012 shows that about 70% of salaried workers in Colombia are getting their jobs through these informal channels. I don't actually know, but my guess is that in the informal sector, referrals might be even more important than in the formal sector. And so I'm going to talk just in a couple minutes of one research project that I did, because I'm an academic, I have to squeeze in somewhere to talk about my own personal research, that I did to try to answer the question, does occupational segregation and the fact that on average, people's social lives are often organized around gender. So women are overwhelmingly likely to be spending their social time with other women, and men overwhelmingly spend a lot of their social time with other men. Do these two things combine to exacerbate initial inequality? And so what we did in this work with Jeremy Magruder and Neil Kelleher, we were interested in this question, and we did an experiment with a survey firm in Malawi. We were interested in recruiting surveyors, and we took the opportunity to try to learn about referrals and referral patterns. So what we did was we asked men and women to refer others to apply for this job, which is entry level, but for people who have at least secondary education. And then the experimental component is that we randomly varied whether we asked somebody to refer specifically a woman specifically a man, or if we just didn't specify. And I'll say the work of surveyors, sometimes there is a reason why you would need like specifically men or specifically women. So like if you're collecting data on like contraceptive use, you're going to want to hire women enumerators to interview other women. So there's sort of good reasons why sometimes you might really want to be hiring a specific gender. We also varied some financial incentives about making a referral with the idea of like, can we figure out how much do you need to pay men, for example, to refer a woman? But in the just sort of 2 minutes that I'm going to spend on this paper here, I'm going to focus primarily just on the variation in who we ask them to refer. So this is the one chart that I'm going to show from this paper. And so in this context, survey work is predominantly male to begin with. So among the original set of people who are in our study, only 38% of them were women. Now we ask them to make referrals. Basically what we see is that women are more likely to refer other women than men. So women, about 43% of their referrals, when they can choose, refer women. But men, only less than a quarter of the time do they refer women. So we definitely see these gendered patterns in referrals, and that they seem to be a bit stronger for men than for women. So what were the lessons learned from this experiment? We found, we saw that men were initially more interested in the position, and that men tended to refer other men. So that means as a company, if you start off being male dominated, using referrals is only going to exacerbate that sort of male bias in hiring. The opposite can also happen, because this really is just about, gender, sort of gender segregation. There's some interesting work in the United States with call centers, call centers tend to be more female. And then when you ask for referrals, you get even more women who are being hired into the position. And so it's really about a firm being thoughtful and thinking about who are their current employees and how do you incentivize referrals in a way that's going to help you achieve your goals that you might have in terms of gender balance. So we saw these things, but maybe men just don't know any women who are qualified for the position. So by asking men to refer women, we found that they referred women who are just as qualified as their male counterparts. So it doesn't seem to be a lack of women who are qualified for the positions. Instead, it's these social patterns where men are more likely to be interacting with other men and therefore more likely to make a referral to other men. But this also means that firms can disrupt these socially determined patterns with some thoughtful policies. And so we might need more women in leadership positions to put pro-woman policies into place. And then we also need men who are going to serve as allies in thinking about thoughtful policies in terms of hiring practice in order to increase women and get more women promoted. So on this theme of occupational segregation, I'm going to do the last thing that I'm going to do in this talk is to sort of look inward at my own profession, looking at the economics profession. And so this data is from the United States. I believe that's pretty similar looking within universities in the LAC region and also within Europe, although the specific numbers might change. And the story here is that among undergraduates studying economics, it's already quite a male. More men are majoring in economics, so about 30 to 35% of undergraduates in the United States studying economics are women. Unfortunately, that has been quite persistently flat over time. And then if you look at the percentage of PhD students and then faculty who are women, this chart goes back to 1994, and you see really sort of an abysmal rate in which there are women who are sort of at the higher levels of the hierarchy. Those have increased over time, but it's still quite low. So the percentage of associate professors who have tenure has risen pretty dramatically, but we're still very far from parity. So we're still at less than 30% of tenured associate professors in the profession being women, and it's quite a bit lower for full professors as well. And so I think within the economics profession, it's important to have more women in the profession because it affects the kind of research that we produce. It also, I believe that there's probably a role model effect of getting more undergraduates interested in economics. And economists have a lot of sway in the public policy space. And so we really want to have all voices that are going to be represented in public discourse and in public debate. And I guess if I can, I'll just share my own personal journey and how I entered into the economics profession. I grew up in a blue collar suburb of Chicago. My mom was a home economics teacher, which is she taught sewing and cooking to middle school children. And my dad sold air compressors. So I was not coming from a background of having economists parents. But for some reason, I think I was destined to want to break down occupational segregation, because my first step towards becoming an economist, I think actually was in 4th grade, when for whatever reason I decided to play the trumpet, when all of the other girls around me decided to play the flute and the clarinet. And so I continued throughout all of my schooling years to be the only woman playing, or the only girl playing trumpet. And so then I guess naturally when I was going to college, I decided that I wanted to do engineering. But once I started my undergraduate studies, I found that I just wasn't really taken with engineering, and I was really driven by social problems and ways that I could influence the sort of policy debate on important topics. And then because of my roommate, I happened to learn that economics is actually a discipline where you can use math and quantitative skills and use that toolkit to study really important questions around public policy worldwide. And my first econ class was very unusual. It was actually a class focused on economics in Africa and the interrelationship between economic development and environmental protection. So it's very unusual, but well before I learned that the demand curve was downward sloping, I was already introduced to the idea that we could use the tools of economics to think about economic development. And so that really encouraged me to think about this profession where people in the major didn't necessarily look like me. But occupational segregation continues throughout my career. One of my first years when I was an assistant professor, I was actually the only woman on the tenure track of the faculty of about 35 people. And so, I had to figure out my own university's maternity leave policy because no one was familiar with it. And now I'm very happy to be able to share that knowledge with younger colleagues as they sort of navigate their own way through the profession. But hopefully we can also, if people are interested in the panel, we can also talk about ways within the economics profession in particular to sort of increase representation. And I'll also say, gender is one dimension of lack of representation in the profession. But if you look at race and people of color, the problem is even worse. So after telling you about fortunately for you all, I'm not going to play the trumpet. But on that note, I'm just going to say thank you and then hand it over for our panel discussion that I'm very much looking forward to.
Muchísimas gracias, Lori, por tu presentación y por compartir tu experiencia. Me siento
Thank you very much, Lori, for your presentation and for your participation. And what you've described is very similar to my own situation in the university recently. Well, I think now we can start our panel discussion. First of all, I'd like to introduce our 3 outstanding panelists and also welcome Daniela Blasak, who is going to be joining us in the discussion. So the panel is going to actually be broken up into brief presentations. Ana Maria Diaz, a professor of economics from the Universidad Javeriana, Karen Garcia, director of the working group focused on intersectional efforts, and we also have the professor of economics in University of So we're going to have a brief presentation just to follow up Lori's presentation. We're going to share their perspectives from their research projects and what they feel are going to be some of the major challenges to be faced in the future in terms of labor market gender gaps. And then we're going to open up the floor for questions, both from our audience. We have more than 300 people in our audience, as well as our audience here with us in the auditorium. So Ana Maria, the floor is yours.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por esa presentación, muchísimas gracias por la invitación.
Thank you very much for kindly inviting me to participate in this very important discussion. Well, Lori's presentation was outstanding, and I am going to be focusing on the effects of social, cultural, and organizational barriers in the way of women's participation in the labor force. This chart, I think, is of interest because if we look at the university enrollment rates by sex in Colombia, we can see that starting in the 1990s, we began to see a considerable increase in female enrollment rates. And in fact, they have surpassed male enrollment rates after the 1990s. So we see many of the causes attributed to this increase. Here we have the list of possible structural causes. For example, this is over the last 10 years of research looking at the possible causes related to the disparity. We have, for example, in the labor market, we have also labor demands and institutional and contextual factors. So starting off with the labor market itself, we have, for example, a mismatch of skills, professional segregation, greater domestic and care burden on women, limited access to information regarding job postings and individual preferences. So again, the roles, for example, domestic household chores, these are very important. And also as I mentioned, the lack of information regarding labor job postings. It's very different from the way men are informed about job postings. So these are key factors that shape behavior and responses. Now, when we look at labor demands, we have discrimination, we have jobs that, very few jobs that allow you to balance job and family responsibilities, and also the use of language in these labor postings. There's also, if we look at institutional and contextual factors, there's very little labor legislation that is focused on increasing gender equality. Also, a lack of childcare services, and at the same time, there's also the lack of safety, transportation, infrastructure, even the spatial configuration of cities. All of these have had an impact, and they're attributed to lower female participation in the workforce. So we are sometimes, of course, by just looking at these factors and addressing that, that is not the only reason we have the gender gaps. Let me look at two examples that we were studying, case studies. These are preliminary results. We have the use of language in postings, and we know that if we are more inclusive in the language that's used in advertising jobs and postings, that can make a big difference. And the also flexibility. We conducted several research efforts with the IDB, and in the office, we saw very few jobs that allow, again, women to balance their responsibilities on the job and family responsibilities. When we do have that flexibility on the job, that increases productivity based on our research by 50%. But we continue, we look at we need to, however, do a better job of encouraging people to better distribute jobs or the household chores, because if we're not doing that, then women are going to continue to focus mainly on taking care of children, and the men are going to focus mainly on professional jobs and professional activities at the workplace. So if we look at the labor force participation rate, what are some of the, can women make decisions, labor decisions independently, and what can be done? So the first thing we need to do is we need to have measures. We need to be able to measure normative beliefs at the first and second level. We need now move on to the second tier. So what is it that, what are some of the social norms that we're referring to? First of all, also the belief with my family members, friends, about whether women should work or not. That's very important. We need to measure these things and formulate policies that will quickly enable to rectify any inequalities and disparities. So here we have a field that's wide open for our subsequent efforts. Well, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you kindly for the invitation. I will now briefly touch upon two documents that were developed at Danen that are focused mainly on gender issues. Let me start off with this slide. Looking at the labor market universe during the most recent quarter in Colombia. The first columns, we have the composition of the labor force, and this is reflected in millions of people. And we see that among these segments, we have a very clear segmentation where we see that women represent 52% of the labor force. However, we are 69% of the population that is outside of the labor force, and looking at getting jobs, we are also we're 42% of the total labor force. And if we divide these two, those outside of the labor force and those within the labor force, and within the, if we look at those outside of the labor force, women are 87% who are devoted to household and household chores, and we are 41% of the population that is occupied in the labor force. So The first part of my presentation is focused on the first part of my presentation focuses on a component we ask. Why do we want women to participate, have a greater level of participation in the labor force? And since I like to, we want women to have tools in order to make more decisions, to be a part of the decision-making process. We have a large part of the population that is not able to benefit from social programs. They have to have a job. They have to have some sort of support. Sometimes they may want to leave a relationship or a marriage, and they want to have economic independence. These are some of the factors that support efforts to gender equity, not just in the labor market, but it focuses on providing equity in negotiation and bargaining power at every level and in decision-making as well. And making decisions regarding their children. So even in the household, this to be able to take the responsibilities for managing the household.
This is then a study that we published showing the power to negotiate within the household. And it is a small module that we used. And so we started with an analysis of the composition of partners made up by men and women in Colombia. What we see is that when we have the combinations, because of labor status of men and women, we see that most of these heterosexual partners that live together, 45% are made up by one man that is employed and a woman that is outside the labor force. The next group shows that 30% where both are employed. And from the point of view of income, we see that in 43% of the partners are made up by men and women, only men has income. So we will have to deal with these environments with the different characteristics in the household where you find a couple by a man and a woman. And here we have a whole series. In this module, we included a whole set of decisions, and here I'm showing the decision about working with a pay. Who in the couple makes the decision whether you work or not? And so one says, I do, the couple does, or we decide this amongst the two, or someone else decide. So this shows the percentage of people, men and women, who make this decision as an individual decision. I will be the only one to decide whether I work or not. And what I see is that we have a significant gap in the combination where the man is employed and the woman is outside the labor market. We have the Black Peak that is highest, which is a difference of 13.7 percentage points, the highest difference of all combinations, what is where the couple is made up by both participating in the labor force, which let me remind you that it is most of the couples in Colombia. And here we have this gap by income. So here we have several sets of decisions, but let us concentrate on the red dots, which show those that are employed and get a pay. In the first groups, where we find the concentration of most of the couples in Colombia, where only the man has its own income, or the income of the man is highest, then we have high gaps in decision-making compared to women, individual decision-making. And then talking about the social norms, which was mentioned by Ana Maria, and we also see this in the class, there's a directly proportional relation between being in agreement with these statements and then the greatest autonomy to make certain decisions. So when the people are very much in agreement with saying that the head of household should be the man, then 12% of men decide on their own whether they work or not, compared to 3.8% of women, which is a difference of 7 percentage points. And when people agree with both the man and the woman should contribute to the household income, then we see a drop in these gaps in the individual decision made. So this note, we have two different disaggregation, and it is broader, so we can consult this. And in order to close, I will be talking a little bit about the most updated data that we have as the statistical office for gender salary gap, wage gap, and we thought about this carefully because we're careful about the message that we send, showing this gap between a universe that is strictly comparable, people that are paid that work 40 hours a week. But in fact, in order to analyze the gaps in the labor market, we have to take into account that women have less hours available to work compared to those of men. So even though women have a certain income, we also have to bear in mind the fact that they work less hours in the labor market. So this is an issue that I know is important for Maria del Pilar because she's been debating passionately about this. And what we see is that we have another note here, a very broad and detailed note, and we have several disaggregations because this is really important. But what we can see on this chart is that women are overrepresented in certain groups. For example, in this group, where people work less than 20 hours a week. 60% of the people in this group are women, and we only have 34% of the people working 40 hours a week or more. Besides, we have that in the total monthly income, we have a gap against women, which is of 6%. But when we see the gap per hour, in the total, we have a gap in favor of women. So this means that in the total, we have that women have more productive hours, but since they can work less hours, their total income is less. Then we have some subgroups of women that make more than men, and it is because we've created profiles that are exempt of responsibilities, single women and no children at home, women that can work 40 hours a week or more. And then we begin with the subgroups, and we also establish branches of activities. Women working in construction, they make more than others, but the rest of the groups, the percentile is lower. Those women who work less hours a week, structural problems, they always win with these gaps. They have wage gaps that work against them. And with this, I finish. Let me see, can you hear me? Well, the good about being the last speaker is that I can bring good news. What I tried to do in these 7 minutes that I have, and the interpreters apologize, but the sound is not really good. We have to see what works and what the economists know about what works in order to bring women to the labor market.
Bien, entonces, de vuelta, ¿qué funciona?
Okay, once again, what works? What do we know that works? And what can help women in order to get into this market or to participate in this market, to enter the market? As we said previously, women have less time. Why? Because we are following closely education, the care of children, but not only that, but in general, we must, it takes longer for us to go to work. We need more flexibility, so the economy of care is a barrier. As Lori said, as Ana Maria said, and as we've all been saying, gender and social standards and norm are also a barrier to enter not only the labor force and the different positions, but also in households and schools. So when we think of gender norms, we're facing a somewhat different world. Ever since we're young, we're little girls. And lastly, something that I wanted to add, because I'm passionate about this, is the access to education and health policies. What does this represent for us? Not having so much access to these standards, to these norms. So we have a lot of evidence showing that education policies, that is to say, education policies that are free education for children, have a very positive impact. Or not very positive, but positive impact on women's work, in particular in Argentina, when children go to school at an earlier stage, that is to say, the youngest kids in the family, they go to school at an earlier stage. And so we see an increase in the participation of women. And we also see that when vouchers were given to families, to households, for the children to go to school for free, Then we saw an increase of labor participation in Brazil as well as in Nicaragua. And we know that additional schooling, that is to say after-school programs, increase the participation. It is not an engine and a driver, but it increased a little bit in Chile. And something that was said by my brilliant panelist before me, the flexibility. Flexibility is something that we greatly value. There's a study that is very interesting, a bit sad, but when in pharmacies, when women did not have the flexibility to leave their kids in school, so they had to bring them to the pharmacy to work, they made less. And so we know that labor flexibility is extremely important. And then what else do we know? Well, in terms of employment, what happens with the social norms? In informal economies, such as the one we have, we know that when autonomy is given to women to decide on their own income, women work more and make more. We also know, or we don't know, but there's some studies that show this one that is very interesting, that men tend to underestimate what their mates think about the labor market. So when they were given the correct information about what their mates thought, their partners thought, the wives of these workers started to look for employment. They came into the labor market. They wanted to join the labor market. So in schools, when women or when girls were given mentors or examples of women that were able to overcome the diversity problem and that have significant achievements, they improved their math tests, the results in math. And why do these matter? Because we give more options to these girls, to these women, by excelling in math. Likewise, when we speak of boys and girls, school-age boys and girls, about gender norms and the difficulty of overcoming this, we find in literature that men are more open and have more willingness to hear the women and to have gender norms that are much more flexible and open. And last but not least, and this is really excitement, but I'm working on these issues. I didn't say that here, but I'm very excited about this. When we go to the household, the different homes, some studies show that when we go to these homes and we talk not only to women, but we talk to the extended family about the labor participation and the importance of this labor participation, we find modest impacts that could become interesting for women to have more access to the labor market. And in another study on reproductive health issues, we found what was happening, that men and women had very different ideas about how many children they wanted to have. And this difference was explained or accounted for by the mere fact that men did not have an idea of all that entail reproductive health. So what happened? When we were able to have men, when we found a space, a safe space for men to talk about reproductive health issues openly, these ideals started coming down, or at least they were no longer an issue. And if you want, I can add a little bit more. Let me add that when we went to the Antioquia rural region to see how willing women were willing to pay in order to make decisions at home, we saw, or we still see this, it is still preliminary, I cannot show you the results, but we're seeing that women are willing to pay much less than men in order to make their own decisions compared to their husbands. So what does this tell us? Well, sometimes both our jobs, schools, families, we have different ideas and different impressions, understandings of what has to be done by women, or how do women have to act or react. And last but not least, so as not to take a lot of your time, what else do we know? Well, when children, no, give me just 1 second, not this one. When women get more educated in the long run, they have less children, they participate more in the labor market. And something that is very important is that they spend their time spacing it between one thing and the other, and therefore they participate much more in the labor market. And this is something that we did not mention, but it is another issue in itself. We know that environmental policies have a direct impact on women. There's a study in Mexico where they realized that when the households used the firewood at home, the most affected were women. I don't want to dwell a lot on this because we have very little time available, but environmental issues affect us much more directly as women. This is something to be considered. And last but not least, I work a lot on these issues. We have to step up. There's a lot of evidence that increasing access to reproductive health, and economists and sociologists see this, increasing access to reproductive health has consequences that we will see in the long term. And that is it. Thank you very much, and let us now open this to discussion. Thank you very much to our three panelists for these presentations. And since we have very little time available, we have lots of questions from the audience and the participants that are connected virtually. But before that, I wanted to give the floor briefly to our student from the School of the University of Los Andes, Daniela, to tell us about this, talking about social norms, and maybe she can tell us about her experience as a student within that school. And I take advantage in order to launch two questions that we already have that have already been included on the chat. One for Lori, to tell us a little bit about her point of view, if you believe that greater exclusion for women 45 years of age and more, even with rates are highly qualified, highly skilled, highly rated, whether they're excluded or not, and whether there's a greater exclusion for women 45 years old and more. And for those here present, anyone who feels encouraged to answer, whether you believe that one way or another we can help in training so that women can leave the informal market. Does it work or not, and how? I'm in the fourth semester in economics. I don't have a lot of experience joining the labor market, but from my experience in the university and being a student, I can say that many of these things are an expectation that you see into the future. Within the university, a lot of what I've seen is that this composition that Lori was saying, that we have more men than women. In fact, we had greater participation by women in classrooms, who speaks in the class, who participates more actively. As Lori was saying, you see the professors, obviously they are men. And this brings expectations about the future. If I wanted to participate in the academic sector, which is one of my interests, these plans for the future. And nowadays, access to education, based on my experience, it's been quite equitable, and it triggers expectations about plans into the future that maybe there won't be like that. When you join the labor market, we find all these hurdles and obstacles facing these social norms that not necessarily are manifested in education, seeing the differences nowadays. But what I, as a woman, want to achieve and what I want to do, not only in the labor market, but as a personal thing. And so we see all these things that you want to harmonize and standardize for the future, bring all of this together, and then you face all these challenges that as a woman I will face and will have to deal with in the future. So very interesting, everything. Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniela. Lori, I don't know whether you want to add and help us with a question that was addressed to you by someone, one of the participants. Lori?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so I don't necessarily have a very strong point of view. Maybe others on the panel do, for like women who are sort of more mature in the labor market. But I did want to jump in on this question of like informality and gender. I don't know of a lot of work thinking about how there's work thinking about how do you get people from informality to formal, but I don't know of a lot of work that's thinking about that question specifically with a gender lens. And my guess is that the dynamics of getting women to transition are actually different than for men. I will say I have a current PhD student in our program who is originally from Colombia, and she's exactly interested in these questions. And I think it's exciting because I think this is part of like sort of tying back to the economics profession more broadly, is that I think as we get more women into the profession, these questions that are, of interest of like, informality versus formal jobs, I think by having more women in the profession, we're getting a lot more work specifically on the question through a gender lens. And so I think there's important dynamics there between, thinking about these questions, what we do in policy, as well as sort of, expanding representation among economists, because then we're going to actually get more research on the topic.
No sé si alguna de nuestras panelistas nos quiera ayudar con la pregunta.
Any one of our panelists that wants to answer the question about informality, particularly about the research as it applies to the Latin American case? I believe that we have a question from the audience briefly here. For the last panelist, what they discussed, you were saying that in different studies, a lot was being said about how women are much more widely affected or impacted by climate change. How do you see those barriers? How do you see these norms and provisions that impact women from that environmental point of view? And I close with another question that we have from the people that are connected, those that are following us online. Maybe Karen or Anna can answer. They're asking, how do we relate the labor flexibility with informality and with subcontracting? In fact, we're still learning. We still don't know a lot. But the fact that climate change or changes in the labor market are impacting us in our households, they will affect the women much more because of what we were saying. We spend much more time at home. There's a study that I was showing which tells us that when you use firewood, the smoke stays at home. It remains at home. So it affects us, women, because we spend longer hours at home. It is a space for all those who want to study this issue. It is passionate. It is really exciting. And something else is looking at the response, it affects us directly because it ends up impacting on our decisions and how to make decisions taking care of the children. And we can talk about this later. I take advantage to add my grain of salt. We're dealing with contamination, with pollution, and the mechanism through which this could be adjusted is if there's a lot of pollution, they will have a greater probability of having respiratory diseases, and one of the parents will have to stay at home looking after the child. So women end up being affected and impacted. Now, regarding flexibility and informality and work, occupation of salaried employment, informal work by nature is flexible. So what we're doing in our studies is try to see how to incorporate the labor flexibility in formal jobs. And it is there where it is very difficult to understand that labor flexibility is seen from the point of view of the labor offers, the availability of work. Men and women can decide on the schedule and the shift that they will cover. And I believe that this is not occupational or stable labor. The status quo is that people will truly get organized in their daily shift, their working schedule, in keeping with the activities that you carry out outside. And we find by anecdotes that it was, why did we see an increase in labor productivity? They were asking much less permits. I can't go because I have X, Y, and Z. And people that had a flexible schedule did not see this. So I don't believe that this has to do with the labor occupation. Yes, precisely what Ana Maria was saying explains why. Because when we analyze the wage gap by hour, we have many groups where women make more than men by the hour. Since this is a universe that participates less in the labor market, but they need more flexible arrangements, and they make an effort so that their hours worked will be much more productive. Thank you very much. We end just in time. And I would like to thank our three panelists, our Daniela, a student in the school, the entire IDB team in Washington, Claudia, all the rest that are behind us, and also to thank Kelly, who's with us, a representative of the IDB in Colombia, and the entire communications team at the university. Thank you very much. And thank you to all those who stayed connected, who were with us in person. And last but not least, a huge gratitude to Lori for this wonderful class. We learned a lot today. Now, let me turn it over to Veronica at the IDB in Washington. Veronica, please. Thank you very much, Maria del Pilar. Fascinating conversation. Besides, in this hybrid format, when we can get connected with Colombia and come back to Washington, D.C., these are the advantages of this new normal in which we've decided to do things. It's been a beautiful week. We had the first day full of content, knowing how the public sector and the government can make life easier to all our citizens through digitalizing their government. And that is why we speak of the government of an e-government. And that is why we had different panelists. Remember that every day we have our career fair. The first day we spoke about how to enrich our curriculum, our CV, how to improve our CV and our profile for the future of our work. Yesterday, we had wonderful conversations, and I take advantage of the fact that we're connected with Colombia. We spoke of the movie Encanto and how it can be used as an example in order to trigger value chains between different countries. We're from Italy all the way to Colombia, to France, to the US. They all cooperated. They worked together, and ProColombia was used as one of the main axes for the promotion of Encanto. And over these days, we've been being fed and nourished in our different classrooms, the auditorium. And now we'll take a break before we continue with this Wednesday on gender, inclusion, and diversity. You can take advantage of this time in order to fill the survey on gender equity that we just included on our LinkedIn, Facebook, and the different social media. Why it is important for you to fill this survey? Because every year the IDB has a publication where they bring together all the studies, the data, the thoughts, the analysis that lies behind all these figures for the region to make better decisions in the public sector as well as in the private sector. The annual publications of the IDB have a strong impact in the decision makers in the region. And at this time, you can be part of this transformation. You can include your comments on the social media, and the commitment of the BIDAcademy and the Inter-American Development Bank is to include these in the publication, those that will be more relevant. So if you want to be part, not only of being here with us, but if you want to contribute to the development of strategic and analytical thought in the world, this is a time to do it. So we'll see you back at 2 p.m. DC, Washington, D.C. time.
Gracias, Verónica. ¿Me escuchas?
Yo perfecto.
Ok, un segundo. Ahí vamos. Bueno, muchísimas gracias por estos minutos. Les quiero contar un poquito sobre el GD Lab, que es la iniciativa de
I wanted to tell you about GD Lab. It is our knowledge initiative on gender and diversity, and it's been in effect for 2 years here at the IDB. What we're trying to do is we're looking at our focus. The GD Lab is looking at how to have a major impact and to learn more about the types of inequalities faced by women, LGBT persons, persons who are migrants, and the disabled in the region. This initiative has different angles where we are looking at aspects that are part of this new part of our GD Lab. First of all, we're tapping into the knowledge we already have in the IDB. We want a smart repository that would allow users to navigate the more than 20 years of research on different issues having to do with gender diversity. These are studies that have been carried out here at headquarters. And also we have generated some documents, we call them policy briefs. And there we put in our findings on some core issues where we try to produce information that can be used in the political sphere, not only in the policy sphere. Another important tool to produce new knowledge on gender and diversity issues is a call to create new knowledge. That would be the research proposals call. Now, we have different activities are underway, and we have received more than 400 proposals of research from almost all the countries in the region. And we have 15 studies that have been concluded on gender and diversity in LAC. One of the characteristics of this initiative and of the call for proposals that we have is that we are differentiated from other initiatives because we emphasize diverse populations, but also because we're trying to focus on rigorous studies that help us identify knowledge gaps that we have identified in looking at our repository, but also we want things that are scalable. The idea is that the knowledge that we generate should be available to be used by the bank for new operations. And that is why we emphasize that it should take no longer than 24 months to finalize these research projects. So the research should take place relatively quickly, and it should be applicable to our activities. Now, in terms of this call for proposals, we provide funding of up to $120,000 for each study supported. Also, we support academics from the region or outside of the region that are experts in the different issues. For example, we recently did research on the labor market and the role of women post-pandemia, and the idea is to have experts in labor participation so as to provide greater value added to the studies done. And the final objective is to do studies that can be turned into working papers that become part of the IDB repository and to feed our database. Now, who can present proposals? We receive proposals from independent researchers, but also mixed teams made up of different universities or the public or private sector, and also from specialists within the IDB group. We are very interested in having a very broad audience for this call for proposals. So we have included specialists from the IDB group so as to encourage the application of this knowledge in the operations of the group. Now, the upcoming call for proposals will address different agenda items, things that have become especially visible post-pandemic. First of all, violence, gender-based violence. That will be part of the next call. Also, we are planning to launch a call focusing on the green agenda and the intersection with gender and diversity, then including diverse populations. That's something where in the bank and in the region, we need to learn a lot. And lastly, financial inclusion. So I thank you very much for your time. And this is our website address so that you can see the repository that exists. And if you have any doubts, please do contact us and we would be glad to provide you with more information on GD Lab. Thank you, Veronica. Now, we are going to hear how behavior science can be our ally in countless issues, including those having to do with sexual and reproductive health that are so important in today's space. With me, I have Mariano Bosch, who is economic advisor in the social sector of the IDB. He will be moderating and he will be leading this important conversation on this topic, and that will be our next talk. Everyone at home, please join us on the social media. We can use BIDAcademy, or Mariano, you have the floor, and thank you for joining us.
Problemas del directo. Comienzo de nuevo. Bienvenidos a todos.
Thank you. Now, welcome to this panel, Innovate to Reduce Gender-Based Violence and Increase Access to Sexual and Reproductive Health. My name is Mariano Bosch, and I am the Sector Economic Advisor of the Inter-American Development Bank, and I'm going to be moderating this panel. Now, for me, it's a true pleasure to moderate this panel on an issue that is so important, and that is how can we advance gender equity in our region? And specifically today, we're going to be talking about two basic subjects that are at the very root of many of the inequalities that we can observe in Latin America and the Caribbean. These are things that represent a major social cost on the current generation and future generations. And what I'm referring to is gender-based violence and also the lack of access to quality sexual and reproductive health for millions of women in the region. So let me tell you a bit about the context. Despite governments' efforts, the efforts of the private sector, multilateral, civil society, these two problems represent a debt that Latin American and Caribbean societies still have with their women, and they represent a tremendous cost. Women, especially adolescent women, still are facing additional problems that are related to health, maternity, and that especially is the case in poor countries. And in poor countries, it's affecting especially the poorest parts of that society, including indigenous populations. So let me share with you some very dramatic data, but this is important so as to provide a context for a problem that is key. A leading cause of mortality was delivery of children, in part because of postpartum bleeding. Also, the rates of maternal mortality in Latin America and the Caribbean are very high. In addition to that, and this is a devastating fact, 1 out of every 3 women between the ages of 15 and 39 has been attacked, has been the victim of physical violence. 1 out of 3 women. And this is a fact that makes us realize that we need an immediate solution so as to be able to address these very complex problems. And problems are truly complex. They are hard to solve. But without solving these problems, we cannot even talk about true gender equity in the region. And the panel today aims at showing how research, cutting-edge research, can provide us with clues so that we can find solutions and share the solutions with public policymakers, with the private sector, and with civil society to deal with these complex issues. Now, I couldn't be any better in better company. We're going to be looking at different studies that address this problem, looking at behavioral economy, using social media and technology. And all of this will provide you with some insights on how to tackle this problem. So I want to welcome my panel members. We have Paloma, Rachel, Marlene, who are with us, in addition to Ana Lucia. And I wanted to tell you about our panelists. Ana Lucia Rodriguez de la Rosa works with Yale Human Research Lab. Also, we are going to hear about change in behavior and practices within the community. So, Ana Lucia, welcome. Then Paloma is a senior advisor at Behavioral Insights Team, North America, and they have a lengthy history of using behavioral science to find ways to respond to violence against women and children. And so welcome, Paloma. Rachel Lehrer is former Associate Director of Innovation at Airbell Impact Lab at the International Rescue Committee. She led the design of a program called Hablemos Entre Patas in Peru. And there she studies virtual interventions. And then we have Marlene Molero, who is co-founder and CEO of Gender Lab. And she's going to be talking about an intervention that uses technology and that addresses a very important problem, which is sexual harassment in the workplace. So I'm going to be calling on each of our panelists, and they will be talking about the main barriers in terms of coping with these problems and what their studies show in terms of how to overcome these barriers. So it will be a lot of social economies. So please go ahead. Okay, that's the problem of being live, right? Good afternoon, and thank you for the introduction. I am Ana Lucia Rodriguez, and I work at the Yale Human Research Lab. And while they put my slides up, I will tell you about a study that we have been doing in the Copan region in Honduras during the last 8 years. Let's go back. Okay, I was able to go back. That's not the first slide. Okay, this is. I will begin by telling you about this study. This is something that we can all relate to easily. There are some people that have a privileged position in our communities of friends, of family members, in these specific contexts. And these people, what we need to understand is, who are they? So that in real context of rural communities in Latin America, they can be amplifiers of interventions that have been tested to help prevent situations of maternal and infant mortality, especially in this specific place in Copan, Honduras. We have been working for 8 years now to use network science to be able to magnify the impact of these interventions, going beyond the people that are a direct part of the intervention. I'll be explaining this later on. So this has to do with targeted operations using network science. In this context, in Copan, Honduras, most of the population is indigenous. They live on less than $2 a day. They live in contexts where institutional presence is very low. And unfortunately, neonatal death is one of the highest in the region. 51% of these deaths of children under the age of 5 occur during the first weeks of life in Honduras. And that is one of the highest indicators in the region. And that occurs especially in rural contexts. We know that this is the largest study that has been carried out worldwide using complexity or network science to prevent or to do a clinical study of maternal and child death. This intervention lasted 28 months. I'm not going to get into details, but I am going to focus on something that usually is not looked at, and that is the results of involving fathers in the pre- and postnatal periods.
No pude pasar la presentación. Simplemente quería contarles, además de eso, que
I just wanted to mention that.
continuaremos. Es un estudio que está en continuidad.
And this is a study that has been done on a continual basis. This is what a network looks like, and this is what we do. We have mapped a census. We used pictures of 150,000 people in 166 communities during 8 years. We have followed different indicators of maternal and child health, including the involvement of fathers in pre- and postnatal periods. The intervention is with the community, not only looking at those that are about to have a baby. We involved men, the grandmothers, we involved everyone that was a member of the community. And in this way, we tried to use algorithms to see how we could change not only the behavior, but also the links within the community. That's something we have been discussing today. That is tremendously important so that the reality of the behavior, when the behavior occurs, to prevent this type of death, this type of situation can occur. We work with something that is called direct and indirect effects of the intervention. You can see a map here of where we have been working, but in purple, I want you to see that what we're using is algorithms having to do with complexity science to see how there can be marked effects. In other words, this allows us to magnify, to intervene with certain types of persons so that those persons will convey to others that are not part of the intervention the learnings from our intervention. I'm having problems with my slides, but I hope to be able to deliver a final message. An important thing, and here in purple, you can see this is something that has to do with what we call direct and indirect effects. And what this means is, in our study, we find that not only people who were part of the intervention, not only did they change their behavior and the beliefs, but the persons non-intervened through the different network algorithms that we used were also affected. 5% of the people began to think it was important for the father to be present for prenatal visits of the mother. 23% of the fathers who accompanied the mother of the newborn went to seek help when the child was in danger. And another important thing is that increased the number of fathers that held the baby when the baby was born. So these are behaviors that have an effect on preventing maternal and child mortality. Now, since I'm short on time, I share with you two messages. First of all, during our 8 years of experience working with 76 communities with 150,000 people or more, we consider that network science does have the ability to provide us with clues so that our interventions can be more cost efficient. In other words, we don't have to work with 100% of the population.
Sino utilizar estos algoritmos para escoger
We can use these algorithms to look at the indirect effects, as I was describing. And second, these effects do exist, and they have to do with fathers. That is something that is not always considered, especially in contexts where resources are limited. So focusing not only on mother and child effect, not only looking at the mother's health, but also the beliefs, the gender beliefs within that culture, within that context, and that can yield important results. We have seen differential results by gender, and so far our preliminary results show that it is efficient to use this combination using complexity science to address mother and child health. Now, before I turn over the mic, I apologize for my technological problems in delivering my talk. I hope that it wasn't too hard to follow the final message. No problem. At the end of your intervention, I just wanted to say that it's important to see what you're doing in Honduras, going to these communities, find people that are influences in the community. Now, there was a main idea, something that I think that we have heard today in the different panels. One is that the solution to these problems, sometimes we say they're due to gender inequality, have to do not only with interventions that affect only women. More, it's a matter of working with the whole community, with fathers. Today, we heard from Amanda, we heard from Michael, and we heard that men have to be part of the solution. The problem of mother and child health is not a problem just of women. It's a problem of the whole society. So I think that the idea that you presented was very powerful, and we'll definitely come back to it. Now, I wanted to call on Paloma. I think this is a good sequitur. Paloma, tell us how behavioral sciences can be another ally in fighting against these serious problems, things like gender-based violence or improving reproductive health. Thank you. Thank you. And I wanted to thank the IDB for its invitation. Thank you for affording me this time. I wanted to tell you about a working group. We have been working basically with the IDB about using technology and behavioral science to look at violence and also to talk about access to sexual and reproductive health, SRH. I'll share with you some lessons we have learned, but first I want to tell you what behavioral sciences are. This is based on a series of disciplines, psychology, economics, and the idea is to have a better understanding of how we humans behave. We're not 100% rational. We don't maximize benefits as originally was thought in the field of economics, but we all have our biases, we all have heuristics, a mental way of making decisions, and that has a big influence on our behavior. As this context, as Lucia was saying, a lot has to do with our social network. All of that affects the way we make decisions. So the idea is to bring in behavioral sciences to look at the way we design public policy, especially for issues that are very complex, like gender dynamics. So what we propose, and let me tell you a bit about the examples. These are cases where we have identified what the behavioral barriers are for the behavior we want to see. Who has to do what? So we have to identify what the barriers are and where they are. Now, we have to identify the tools so that whoever it is will change his or her behavior. We have to define what we want to do. So let me tell you about gender violence in general. And all day today, we have been hearing that when you look at the ecology of violence and the system of violence, we can find different actors. So men may be the perpetrators. Also, we have the justice system, the legal system, third parties, legality. But here I wanted to talk about workers we have done with survivors and interventions where we promote seeking early assistance for survivors in Central America. So first of all, we need to identify barriers and then find the best channels. Now, to identify these barriers, we did a lot of qualitative work in Central America, thinking of different behavioral barriers that we might see, because women sometimes would not seek help from institutions that were there to help them. So one barrier we found was what we call the uncertainty aversion. Women who are victims of violence don't know what they're going to find if they go to a center. What will that response be? And then second, we have the sunk cost fallacy, which is a very powerful notion. A person cannot remake her life if she's been in an abusive relationship for a long time. And then lastly, the availability bias. Often physical violence is not the only behavior that needs to be reported. Economic, psychological violence are equally harmful. So after reporting and seeking the channels, and here I'm going to share with you the results of 4 studies that we did in Central America early in the pandemic. On that first year of the pandemic, we looked at a way that would be safe, efficient, discreet, where we could promote these help centers for women that were suffering violence within their home, but in a way that wouldn't put them at risk. And we saw that we had an opportunity to use social media using Facebook. This is a platform where a lot of women are users, and this was especially important at a time where almost everything was virtual. So something we found is that you have to show survivors what the day-to-day will look like after you get help. In other words, a patrol car is not going to be parked outside of your house. You will receive guidance, you will receive help, and then you decide what the next step is. So that was very important, and it did promote people seeking help. Then a second thing in tackling sunk costs was we found that a lot of the messages tend to be sad, impactful. So here we wanted to show pictures or send messages of women who have been able to remake their life after leaving behind a violent relationship. So that was important, and it helped women seek information or seek help. Also, we want to make certain that women don't feel that they're losing control of the situation, as if they report or if they take this to the courts, that is the only way to leave a violent relationship behind. That was something that was a disincentive to finding help or getting information. And then another thing, we wanted to show exact examples of manifestations of violence. These treatment messages show very explicitly what the behaviors would be. Does he look at your cell phone? Does he say you can't visit your family? These are things that often aren't on the media, and sometimes they're harder to identify. So we tried to show them in a concrete way, and that also encouraged women in violent relationships, encouraging them to find help. So here we have the main findings that we wanted to share with you. Emphasize the benefits, show survivors what it is like to get help. So make sure they don't feel like they're losing control of the situation. And lastly, showing those manifestations of violence. That's very important. And then I wanted to talk to you about the work we're doing in SRH. In this connection, we use some mechanisms that are called entertaining information. So we identified the barriers so as to come up with the right channels. We found that there are many social norms that are very negative in terms of seeking out sexual and reproductive health services. There's a lot of stigma, there are a lot of myths, even about how the reproductive system works. But everyone has a gap between what they want to do and how they're going to act to achieve that goal. So in South Africa, thinking about what is the best channel, we decided that WhatsApp was a good way to reach an adolescent, urban or semi-urban population. So we created a chatbot to talk about sexual messages. We had a bot. We used voice notes on WhatsApp with short chapters that were narrative. And the chatbot on WhatsApp was quite effective in changing attitudes in terms of these power dynamics. And I can tell you that it had a positive impact on reducing the exposure to violent behavior on the part of adolescents. Then in Kenya, we chose a method that was using SMS and also having a unified methodology that is still being developed. But the idea is to announce systems that can be found in different places. And then with the IDB, we have started a very interesting project in El Salvador. And for this project, we're using TikTok as our platform. And there we're working with influencers so as to avoid these closed mental images of what sexual and reproductive health is like. Thank you. Thank you, Paloma. Very interesting. And I think that the contrast between this type of study and the study that was described by Ana Lucia is an interesting one. The whole idea is to find a partner to reach a population needing these services, and that's technology. So we can reach them with Facebook or TikTok. The key idea is that technology is actually on our side in reaching large population groups, especially the young people using these technologies. And the idea is not only reaching them, but also understanding what their mentality is like. Also, you talked about the behavioral biases in these populations. So I took away an idea that I would like for us to explore. We all have these unconscious biases in our behaviors. Now, I'm wondering, victims of abuse or of domestic violence, perhaps I wonder, are those biases even greater? But this is a great segue to turn to Rachel. Rachel is going to be talking to us about a very interesting program that has to do with the prevention of violence. And she is going to tell us about a program in Peru. So please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm very excited to be here talking to you today about Hablemos Entre Patas, which is a all-digital, all-remote violence prevention program for men that focuses on creating small behavioral change. Now, the sector as a whole has many transformative programs for men, but they all suffer from something pretty similar, which is a lack of scalability. Frequently, you'll have facilitators of these programs who are very educated and specialized and are irreplicable. You can't replicate them all over the country, or they'll lack desirability for men, or they'll have language that uses terms like perpetrator that frankly is off-putting to a lot of men. So what we've tried to do is tackle these real challenges of scalability, of marketing, of desirability. And we sought to do that by creating a program that really focused on not just what men needed to be better for women, but really leveraged their will to change, as Bell Hooks says. And we did this by creating a program that was, as I said, all remote and all digital. These are the different components of it. So there were actionable exercises that they were meant to do with their partners. We included real stories from men in Peru. There was a digital community on WhatsApp that we activated over the course of 30 days. And there was facilitation and nudges. So it was not a bot, it was a real person who not only guided the conversation and added content into the groups, but was also highly responsive, was someone that the men ended up trusting and who they could turn to as this leader of their sort of discreet, anonymous community. So what did we focus on in order to combat some of these big challenges within the sector? So one, we wanted to be highly scalable. And we thought we were doing that. We did do that by looking at a platform and a service that men were very comfortable with, by having facilitators that we could train in a day or two and were low cost. And then also focusing on changing behavior. We spent a lot of time talking to men and women about what some of the key changes were that they wanted to see in their relationship and what some of those primary triggers of violence or conflict were. We wanted this to be desired by men, so we spent an enormous amount of time thinking about our visual language, our brand, testing those things over and over again, doing A/B testing on social media to understand what would be the most enticing invitation, what would be the best hook. And then we wanted to be 100% remote. We knew that there was just a huge barrier to men taking responsibility for improving their relationship, that this was normally something that was shouldered by women. And so we knew this needed to be as easy as possible for them to say yes to. And then we knew throughout the course of the program that we might have a retention problem. And so we needed to focus on this aspect of desirability throughout. So I have two recommendations, two things that I think we did incredibly well and that really we have not finished our baseline, our evaluation yet. That'll be in the new year. But two things that I know our partners, IDB, the IRC, several other large organizations with acronyms will take forward moving on. So one is leveraging social media. And we use social media in two ways. One was to hone our marketing and hook, right? Our biggest hook was, and this, we actually use this for recruiting. So one was we wanted to understand what would be compelling to men and what would get them to click to then register for the program. And so we were able to very carefully craft these messages to understand what would be most desirable and what would get us not only the most men to enter the program, but actually allowed us to get the right men, which meant that the men who entered the program had higher rates of violence than was average among the population. The second thing we used social media for, so the first was this marketing and targeting using these Facebook ads, Instagram ads, and the second was actually recruitment. And so we had a very low cost for recruiting, and we really honed our segmentation. And so we had the right men from the population who were entering the program, men who needed this. The second thing we did that was an important recommendation is created these digital communities. Now, I think it's interesting to talk about technology and innovation as something that we can all leverage for our work. But it's another thing, what we recognized was that, and I think what some of the newest evidence is saying is that these digital communities, when you're talking about taboo topics, when you're talking about topics that trigger an enormous amount of shame, these digital communities are actually better in some cases than in-person activities. Because when men feel very vulnerable, when they're perpetrators or experiencing conflict in their relationship or have a lot of shame for their behaviors that they create or instigate at home, they want environments in which they can be lurkers. They want environments in which they can remain anonymous, where they can access information, perhaps take it home to their partner, try things out, experience a new environment where social norms are being challenged, but not have to leave their couch, not have to say their name, and not have to look someone else in the eye. And so one of the sort of really compelling things that we found was the difference between interaction and lurking, right? I think a lot of us and my sort of priors were really looking at, are people interacting, are people engaging? And what we found through qualitative research was that there were actually a lot of men who were doing the activities with their partner, who were in these spaces and were very present in the spaces, but they weren't actually talking and they weren't engaging. And you can look at forums like Reddit, like Discord. You can look all over the internet to find spaces in which people cover sensitive topics. They talk about sensitive things, but there are so many more who were there, who were observing, who are processing it, but don't make an imprint on it. And so we really wanted to create a space that felt safe, where they could be open, but one that allowed them to sort of, these were big spaces. So these digital communities were over 50 men, right? So it was a lot of space because we knew that a small portion of them would be highly vocal, and the rest, we wanted their eyeballs there, but we knew that they weren't going to be active contributors. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rachel. Fascinating. Intervención fascinante también. Y me quedo
Fascinating interaction. And I keep two ideas that I believe continue to emerge. Let me just wait until you get the headset. Two ideas that come out of all these studies. And that's what I keep with me. One is something that Paloma already anticipated. These are macro problems. These are problems that, as I said at the beginning, they affect 1 out of every 3 women. They have huge costs that they represent in terms of the well-being of the people that suffer this reality. In social cost, things that we can quantify, violence, in fact, as I said at the beginning, gender violence is estimated between 2 and 4 GDP points, between the loss of lives, obviously, but loss in health, education, participation of women. Therefore, this message that you're launching, that we need scalable solutions that will reach this macro problem, which is also something that was mentioned by Paloma, and something that Ana Lucia brought up when we said that we have to involve the whole community for this to be cost effective. So I do take back with the idea is that we need solutions at a country level, not small pilots in very specific interventions. And the other thing that I take with me is the way in which you focus, you adapt the messages that will be important, and how we can involve men with these messages. And I have a whole set of questions, but let's keep them until the end. And let's go on to Marlene, because I'm really willing to hear what she has to say, because it gives us an additional side of things in this phenomenon of gender violence, which is gender violence that happens in the workplace. It doesn't happen at home, as we've been saying, but it happens when the woman goes to the workplace and she's exposed to another reality, which is not desired or expected. Delighted to have you with us. Thank you very much. Well, I wanted to begin by asking a question. If you were to go through a situation of sexual harassment in the workplace, would you denounce it? Many of you might say yes, but very few will in fact do it. In fact, only 1 out of every 10 persons that go through sexual harassment denounce it. Victims of harassment are afraid of endangering their professional career. Sexual harassment is something that happens a lot, and we know very little about it, and we speak even less. This is the invisible problem in organizations. It is never mentioned, never measured, and consequently, we tend to believe that it doesn't exist. And if it doesn't exist, then why invest resources in time, human resources, economic resources in preventing it? The current status quo is that we're awaiting for someone to denounce, to take action. But as we see it, this is the last option of people who go through harassment. So we cannot bring a solution that asks for a voice when what we have is a lot of fear and silence. Sexual harassment affects the well-being of people who go through this, but it also represents business costs that go hand in hand with reducing satisfaction in the workplace and productivity. The percentage of people that have said that they're completely satisfied with their work is brought down to 50% when there is harassment, and victims of harassment say that as an average, they lose 20% of their productivity when they're going through this situation. Sexual harassment is also related to an increase in absenteeism and turnover of personnel. One of every 4 people that go through harassment starts missing work days, or they ask them to be moved somewhere else or to another area with any excuse. Sexual harassment is what expels people, but essentially women. It kicks them off from the work environment. So if this is a situation that we currently have, so the question that comes up is, how can we build work spaces without harassment and building them in a participatory way, and that does have positive impacts and effective impacts? How do we get that information that people have about what they go through, their fears, and also questions to those who can do something with this in a company, for example, in human resources or decision makers? What do we have to do so that these businesses will mobilize and take action? And what is the role of innovation and technology in all of this? So these are part of the questions that come out of this. And ILSA is a result of this. It is a diagnostic tool developed by GenderLab with the support and funding of the IDB, which enables organizations to adopt a culture of prevention when dealing with workplace sexual harassment based on evidence. And we have 2 different points of entry of information, one provided by the organization itself, and the other one is given by the workers themselves through a survey, a poll that is completely anonymous, which gives it the participatory nature in this experience. What it does in turn is that it breaks away with this taboo, and then you begin with a conversation in the organization about this issue, about harassment. And later on, the information is organized, it is automated, the benchmarks are prepared, and it is used in order to create a specific plan of action that is specific to the company that later on will be implemented. And when we go through this process, we have a second diagnosis that is activated in order to make the process visible, but also to learn about what has worked and what has not worked. There are 4 main indicators with which ILSA works that have to do with tolerance vis-a-vis harassment in the workplace, prevalence, the environment, and implementation and knowledge about a system of prevention. Because what this is all about is to make the problem visible, to identify its causes, to find what works, and to mobilize or move to action. We have spent 2 years with ILSA, and during this period, we've worked with 120 companies in the private sector, organizations in the public sector, in 6 countries in the region. In total, we have reached a population of over 250,000 persons, of which half of them are women approximately, and that is the largest sample that we have in the region on this. We're currently working on the second round of measurements. These will be completed in 2 months, and we will present the results in November. But we've closed a second diagnosis with a group of 6 organizations in Nicaragua, and it is already giving us some clues. These preliminary results allow us to see that when the organizations make it visible, the reaction when dealing with sexual harassment changes. They go from a reaction where I am going to solve the problem when I'm faced with it to a proactive reaction where I'm going to implement a prevention system. So what they will tend to do is to design, implement, and disseminate policies to launch or relaunch their channels to denounce the behavior and to have a whole communication campaign, training, and communicating their position with zero tolerance. And we can see some of these first results. When we started in Nicaragua, half of the organizations had a policy, and they had a channel to denounce these behaviors after using the tool. 100% included these 2 elements. None before the intervention truly communicated. There was no strategy for this. 100% nowadays has a strategy. They use the strategy and they communicate. Training on harassment was not a constant. Only one organization trained their staff on sexual harassment. And nowadays, the 6 organizations also comply with this stepping stone. And this is correlated to people, with the workers, that to a larger extent say that they're acquainted with the position of their company when dealing with this and what to do when they go through a situation of sexual harassment. So, for example, the percentage of the staff that says that they're acquainted with the regulations and the channel to denounce this has increased in 20%. And the percentage of those who acknowledge having received a training on this issue has increased in 40%. So this intervention in Nicaragua has been short. It's just been in existence for 6 months. So it is a short period of time to be able to talk about a change in the culture of the organization. But there are some clues. So what we see on culture is that tolerance in sexual harassment tends to diminish, and people improve their ability to identify what is harassment, call it by its name, and therefore reject it. And this with the most serious expressions, but also the most normalized expressions as subtle. When we speak of gender harassment, they make comments about the physical appearance of someone, or about jokes, or sexist comments, or comments with a sexual content. At the beginning of the intervention, 38% of the population used to call them sexual harassment. After the training, this increased to 42%. When we speak of a little more serious behaviors, looks, reiterated invitations to go out, or even bodily touches, 64%, 65% saw this as sexual harassment. At the end of the intervention, this increased to 69%, and the same trend to identify, to name, and reject sexual harassment goes through its most serious expressions. As I was saying, we're going through the process of a second measurement. The bulk is in Bolivia, Colombia, and Peru, and in 2 months they will conclude these, and in November we will show the results. But what we can see seems to show that organizations that offer a diagnosis later on have a trend to implement a prevention system. And this prevention system, in turn, is establishing a link with less tolerance to sexual harassment from a cultural point of view. And we hope that this will be correlated to bringing down prevalence. In fact, we're very happy with the participation of companies, the public sector, and the guilds in this, and with a rapid increase in the number of companies that use the tool. Now we're concentrated on going through the second diagnosis, to automate the information to be presented in November, and then to have access to the social media, Gender Lab, and the IDB, where we have information. And there's some reports that we have issued, and we will let you know when we go on to the second delivery of information in November. And what we want is to have more companies in more countries using this tool so that we can continue building these places in the workplace without harassment. Thank you very much, Marlene. Extremely interesting participation. And it leaves me a very good flavor in the sense that this is a type of knowledge that is extremely practical. To provide tools, as we said at the beginning of this panel, providing it to different stakeholders, the private sector, the public sector, and moving them to do something in order to prevent a problem. And I believe that this is also a change in conception. We want to measure these things to prevent them. So I think that this is very interesting. We don't have a lot of time, but we've received a lot of questions. So I will ask one question to each one of our panelists, and I ask you to be brief because we don't have all the necessary time. And so I'm taking a look at my phone. We're getting questions from the participants. Something that they ask Ana Lucia is whether this intervention, very interesting that you were describing in Honduras, whether this can be applied to young children and adolescents, they're the new actors in our society, the young people. To what extent can we find this influence in the communities? This is something that is also relevant for these populations. Thank you. Excellent question. Different from all the other studies, ours has a uniqueness. Our population is indigenous and rural, and they have a different characteristic of what is believed to be an adult or an adolescent. Within our study, in these 25,000 people that we've been following, over these last 8 years, we've included adolescents. Why? Because there's a role to play, transition to the adult stage that takes place, and these are the adolescents. And our follow-up in continuing to follow these boys and girls have grown. We've been including those who join, who turn 15, and it's proven that, yes, they can occupy privileged positions in the community. And when I say privileged positions, I'm not simply saying that they have more friends or that they play a role that in the media science is called the bridge, someone that has a certain number of different relations, but people that we've seen are capable of exerting influence on people who've not been intervened. So we believe that this is essential. Whoever asked the question might have seen this in our youngest population to be able to achieve these changes and to see that they maintain those changes over the years at a community level. And this is key because we're not exclusively working on the behavior. That is to say, in these 8 years, if we only take those women that were pregnant, it would have been 60-50. We've taken the entire world and we lost the sound. The image is frozen. The interpreters would like to let you know that the image is frozen. We cannot hear the speaker.
So many questions about your research, but one that is coming up is what I was very interested is, how do you create those safe spaces for men to talk about such a complex phenomenon, such as partner violence? Like, how do you create a space where man can say, well, I'm struggling because I think I'm going to become violent to my partner. So I think that is a fascinating space, and we're very interested to understand how you create that.
So certainly standing on the shoulders of whether it's technology companies.
Bueno, siguiendo las razones que mencionamos, como Twitter, Discord, o considerando la amplia variedad de programas que existen y derivando lecciones, tuvimos 2 diseñadores peruanos brillantes que estaban estudiando este tema y poniendo a prueba este mecanismo con los hombres, pero descubrimos 2 cosas, 2 factores críticos. Primero, el anonimato, la posibilidad de aparecer y no aparecer, y personalizar la manera que uno se presentaba y el nivel de interacción que uno tenía. Y después, el segundo concepto tiene que ver con la moderación. Estos 2 diseñadores, Jimena y Paula, eran expertas en crear estos mecanismos de facilitación, un facilitador que fuera el mensajero inmoderado, apropiado y idóneo. Y con el primer grupo de hombres vimos la disponibilidad de automoderarse. Establecimos las reglas del juego al inicio. Esto es lo que se permite en este espacio y esto no se permite. Y luego los facilitadores se presentaron. Tuvimos un caso, creo que fue el primer corte, y estábamos nerviosas porque eran 50 hombres, donde estamos creando un espacio seguro, a pesar de que entraron así con ese anonimato que habíamos mencionado, pero había un hombre que era un troll y apareció, y el facilitador dijo: yo no soy experto, soy un hombre igual que ustedes que quiere aprender y estar en este espacio y formar parte de este crecimiento conjunto. Y este troll entró y dijo: yo creí que usted era un experto en temas de relaciones. ¿Por qué estamos aquí? Usted no sabe más que los demás. Y lo que realmente llamó la atención, los otros hombres que participaron y defendieron al facilitador y protegieron a este nuevo espacio recién creado. Y decían: bueno, si usted cree que no puede aprender en este foro, que se vaya, porque todos los demás decidimos participar aquí, estamos aquí protegiendo el espacio. Creo que, por lo tanto, la cuestión tiene que ver con contar con el facilitador idóneo, crear las reglas de juego, las reglas de emprendimiento con el moderador adecuado. Tuvimos, por ejemplo, casos de hombres que divulgaron antecedentes de violencia y cómo era necesario atender esto. Y tuvimos hombres que estaban creando un espacio con el intercambio de fotos de amigos, creando una sensación de intimidad y actuando como si el espacio fuera un lugar donde podrían compartir estas perspectivas. Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
To learn more. Marlene, no quiero irnos sin tener esta pregunta de la cual estuvimos hablando antes.
Just to follow up on what we were discussing earlier, and I think it dovetails into what Rachel was saying. We know that men in the private sector have many more powerful positions than women, and all these instruments are going to be successful to the extent that the men are actively engaged in adopting them and implementing them. So what has been the response by men in businesses when you implemented these? Well, I think Elsa's first statement is to provide that. I think what's at stake here is being willing to effect change and presenting the diagnostic results to the committee, the managing committee, that included women, not the majority, but we reported these results to many men. And this is truly the real problem in the organizations, because maybe there aren't complaints lodged, or very few reported. And they may think that it doesn't happen in their environment, in their workplace, maybe in smaller workplaces, maybe in informal workplaces, it happens, but not in an organization with specific standards in place. And we're not just talking about one person who reports a complaint, and maybe 34% are now stating that they've experienced these types of situations over the last 24 months. More than 50% are fearful. They state that they're fearful in reporting any incidents. And you might think, well, this doesn't happen. And then suddenly you don't even think you can respond. And this is something that leaves people indignant. And I think this is what drives changes in responses. In addition to showing empathy, they're also saying that they would prefer that this not happen in workplaces and beyond the, I don't know, whatever you want to label this. It can be sexual harassment. There's a certain reluctance. And so we've had some very interesting experiences in that regard. And basically what they're saying is they don't want this to even happen in their workplace. And they want to make sure that the responses also teach people to express themselves and be vocal, because we have a zero tolerance culture. What have you said? You've said expressly, you've stated that. And now we hear both the C-suite, just as the line leaders, and we see how they've become much more vociferous and vocal. And sometimes people might feel uncomfortable, but once they begin to see positive feedback, then they continue down that path and they become examples and models for other men, because they begin to neutralize any reluctance or resistance. And I think you need to be able to say, you know exactly what harassment is, and they become allies in the process. Thank you very much, Madeleine. Very interesting response. The need to make visible these situations. Just because we haven't measured them doesn't mean that they don't exist. Well, I think with that, we've reached the end of our panel discussion. I know we have many other questions. I have many, and I'm sure there are many, many from the audience, but unfortunately, we've run out of time. I want to thank all of our panelists for having been here in person with us and shared the results from your studies. You have shared some cutting-edge research that is applicable to specific and concrete solutions to such very complex challenges. And we encourage you to continue forward with your efforts. I just want to conclude with the following message. Throughout the day, we have discussed these very complex challenges. And what I want to stress is that here at the IDB, we are fully convinced that the truly meaningful development of societies and countries really have to include gender equity and addressing gender violence, lack of access, lack of healthcare. And if we don't resolve these challenges, we are not going to make any progress. And these are not easy undertakings. They're very complex responses. Sometimes you may have simple solutions to complex issues and that are easy to implement. That's why it's so important that what our colleagues here have been done in their respective fields of endeavor. How can we provide innovative solutions, thinking about the root causes of many of these challenges? So by generating more knowledge in resolving this, that is so important. And throughout the day, we have been seeing so many examples about how we can progress toward gender equity in the day-to-day, our daily lives, what decisions can be made at the collective level, in the formulation of public policies. And I also think that if there's one more, if you want to continue forward, we need to invest in knowledge that will focus on designing public policies that will help to provide greater safeguards in addressing these very complex issues. So again, thank you very much to all of our panelists, and you have the floor, Veronica. Thank you very much, Mariano, Lucia, Rachel, Paloma, and Marlene. Well, we have a lot to process here. Today, we've seen a great deal of engagement in the chats, and we want to thank you for turning this space into a two-way channel where you are also providing us your feedback through LinkedIn, Facebook, in our chat, in the YouTube channel. The fact is, the entire team is trying to utilize the best and the most interesting content from all of our feedback. And don't forget that you can scan the QR code. In fact, we're going to post that right now. So that way you can begin to scan your digital credential. We will now post the QR code on the screen. So you can just scan that through your iPhone or by going into our live link or Facebook, you will find a link, just in case you can't scan it on your computer screen. So the intention here is to give you those credentials. And we're going to explain a little bit more the purpose of the credential. The credentials are a way of showing, either in your background resume or in your LinkedIn, that you have been participating in these processes where we're sharing knowledge and also strengthening your professional curriculum vitae. And I now would like to welcome you to our career fair with a special focus on diversity, inclusion, and equality. So today we're going to look within the IDB group, and we're going to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're going to engage with experts from the Inter-American Development Bank, leaders from various support groups that have been contributing, and are going to share how they work with the staff in their institution. All of the employees that make up the IDB, where we reflect a great deal of diversity, not just country diversity, but also in gender issues, as well as orientations, cultures. And I was just being told by the staff that within the bank, there are groups created where they actively propose initiatives to the organization. So my question is, for those of you who are connected, how many of you are, after having heard all the content today and who have followed us throughout the day, how many of you are not only able to understand the workplace, but also to how willing are we to make proposals to our leaders? And you who are entrepreneurs, how can you ensure that your projects include this vision and this perspective as part of the Vision 2025? Changes we know that are really need to be done immediately. And we can do this working with the Inter-American Development Bank. And I just want to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation services into English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and French. And we'd like to would like you to share your links with friends and colleagues who could also profit from these discussions, for leaders who need to incorporate in their development plans a community inclusion, including the LGBTQ and those interested working in these kind of programs, having these kinds of impact in the Caribbean and Latin America. So I would just like to introduce our speakers. We're going to hear the stories of our IDB staff in their country offices. We will have an opportunity to get a better understanding of the IDB group in this field. That's why it's with pleasure that I introduce Margarita Libby, our first guest speaker, who's going to be addressing this in our career fair. This is a space for you, for your professional development. There is no professional development if we are not all involved. Welcome, Margarita. Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. I am Margarita Libby, and I joined the IDB almost 8 years ago as a senior sector specialist. So, good morning. Again, it's an honor to be here. I'm Margarita Libby, and I joined 8 years as a senior sector specialist 2 years after I had become a coordinator for the Central American region, where I led operations and designed them. From August 2021, I've had the honor to be in charge of IDB operations for El Salvador in Central America. And just join me for a few minutes as we share this path. The first step, everything begins when we make that initial decision or first step. They're not mutually exclusive. We all think about our gut feelings as well. So that is crucial. So why do we look at the IDB group? Well, for me, it has a lot to do with information. I think information and research is at the heart of this. What are you doing in this fair? You're getting information in order to be able to evaluate and determine your next step, because we know that our potential has to come out of the shell and you have to come out of your shell. And if you're not going to do that, you're never going to have meaningful change. So what are we seeking? I come from a wonderful family, and I was fortunate to grow up at a time where there were a lot of focus on defending the rights of the LGBTQ community, and my identity was trapped in social conventions. And thanks to my family nucleus, I was not afraid to begin from my professional career onward to show that. When we talk about the convergence of factors, I was 15. At 15, for 15 years, I was leaving my country for 6 months of the year to be an independent consultant, and I wanted to live outside permanently. So it was clear to me, if I could contribute by making a difference professionally at the international level, I would do it. And I didn't even think twice when I saw that there was a course at the IDB. So what did I do to go from freelance to an organization? At the IDB, we are included and we are visible. And it's a safe environment, and it's a perfect place for thinking outside of the box, create skills that supplement my academic core and make the difference. And I could also share my experiences in the private sector and with international organizations similar to the IDB. And most importantly, the IDB is clear that any intervention needs to be considered or needs to encompass at every level inclusion and equity. Equity and inclusion is one of the pillars of our institutional strategy. Career opportunities are constant. If you want to make change, you have to strengthen, of course, your technical and operational skills to occupy that position. So what did I therefore put in my knapsack, in my IDB knapsack, to be a part of the IDB? Let's take a look at the contents of that knapsack. You have your professional skills, you have your academic degrees, certifications, and you'll be able to get many more. Also include assertive communication skills, your thirst for research, a passion for implementation, languages, of course, that's a major component. Also team spirit. Also, you have to have your mind open to create and cultivate creativity, innovation, flexibility, confidence, and at the same time, game-changing strategies. as we work with departments and sectors supporting the public sector, the private sector, our philosophy is that our work is team-based, and we have to include the efforts of every member. We have an impact in Latin America and the Caribbean in more than 17 sectors, working with through IDB Invest, working with the private sector, and also entrepreneurship that is innovative. So what do I take out of my knapsack? Well, you have to take out all the things that hold us back. For example, what do we need to take out? What's leaving us behind or holding us back? Remember, you have that weight, that drag. And so we need to take that into account. Do I need to accept risks? Or, oh no, it's a risk in this change, I don't want to do it. Or they're going to judge me, or I can't do it, or they won't accept who I am. You have to throw all that out. All of that is dragging you down. You need to be yourself. The IDB allows you to be yourself, be who you are. And it allows me to also get out of my comfort zone so that I can, so my perspectives and horizons are boundless. And this includes the we continue to turn our dreams into reality as we continue to expand and fine-tune our skills. Everything that's taken out of that knapsack does not ever have to be put back in. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Margarita, for those words, and also for the enthusiasm and the energy that are reflected in your words. Now, I'd like to introduce Robert Panzer, who has worked here at headquarters and also in the region. Welcome, Robert. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here in this venue. I'm Robert Panzer, and I'm a specialist in government and institutional modernization, security, and justice. But just to talk a little bit about my personal background, and here I'm going to take a step back and just relate who I am. And I think this explains exactly why I'm here and how I got here in this multilateral organization, the Inter-American Development Bank. I'm Swiss, and you know, Switzerland. And of course, there are very few Swiss citizens in the bank, very few Europeans for that matter. And I think it's 0.4% contribution. So we are we're pretty underrepresented. But I am also an amalgam of various cultures, a fusion. I was born in Brazil, and I spent part of my life in Romania. And contrary to Margarita, who talked about that architecture of at the early stage of support, in my case, it was a much more difficult situation. My parents, who were from another generation, led to first, I was an economist in Switzerland, but then later I realized that given my background, this fusion of various cultures, Swiss and with a touch of Latin America, I quickly realized that I wanted something more, something long-term. Bern is a very beautiful city, but it's too small for me. So I wanted to get out, and I took the opportunity to travel to to get to work at the Swiss embassy in the US, and then I went to the Swiss consulate and representative at the UN, and then I went to the IDB. Very interesting because it gave me a different perspective of the political context in Latin America that I didn't really know about as a European. I knew Canada, I knew the United States, I knew about the Andean, the Central American countries. There are many differences. And as a European, I was just beginning to learn Spanish that at first was hard to do, but now gradually I think I've pretty much, I'm getting along, getting by in Spanish. And maybe not to some satisfaction, but I got into the bank as a staff, and it was an interesting experience that we had in several countries in the region and the sub-regions of the bank in Honduras. I was in Honduras, I was in Colombia, the Bahamas, and the English-speaking Caribbean, and now I'm in Ecuador. So since each country obviously is unique, it's very different. And without getting into a lot of detail, if we look at the openness, the diversity, that's reflected in different ways, and not all countries have the same level of acceptance. So it was an interesting learning process in that regard. And I'd like to also emphasize that, as you can see here in this image, I have the flag, the rainbow flag, and this is something that I am I'm embracing because I think it is so important that you have. I'm not an activist in that regard, but I am open. I'm an openly gay person everybody knows. And as we move on to the next slide, you can see the, as was in the previous slide, I devote my work to justice, institutions, the digitalization of ministries or digital transformation, also cross-cutting areas that are becoming more and more important in multilateral organizations, not only at the IDB, they're also crucially important in the regional banks, the World Bank, for example. And here, I'm just looking, I think it's important that we also get a perspective as to what is done, how this topic is addressed at an operational level. I don't want to get into a lot of detail, but in a nutshell, very briefly, we are obligated and we are committed with the bank to work in addressing gender issues. I think there's been a lot of progress made there. The gender mainstreaming that has been driven in particular in the last year or so, and the gender diversity, but it is a gender and diversity division. And this plan was initially called the GAP, which is now GDAP, the Gender and Diversity Action Plan approved by the board. This includes gender diversity, and since we have 4 diverse groups, we have the Afro-descendant group, we have the indigenous communities, we have people with disabilities, and then the 4th group covers the diverse LGBTQ+. And in that regard, I'm very pleased and very proud of my institution, the IDB. It's the first time that we are designing operations that are exclusively targeted to the LGBTQ+ community, that tries to strengthen responses in justice and security sectors to the LGBTQ+ community. I see that, well, there was one other thing I wanted to mention, but it's important to state that this technical cooperation is on a small scale, it's somewhat symbolic, and with $150,000 devoted to it, we see three of the major pillars, and we have Ecuador, Argentina, Costa Rica involved, and obviously we need to work with countries that have shown a certain openness. For me, the dream is that the focus of the technical cooperation initiative is to create a model that will address the needs of the LGBTQ plus communities, especially in terms of how the security and justice sector responds to them, and what we can do to ensure the security of people from this community. There are many aspects that have an impact on the LGBTQ plus community, but this is essential to ensure the security of the LGBTQ plus community. So that is, in summary, where I am, and we have the operational aspects. You also have the emotional component. I believe that the bank has made a huge effort over the last few years, and I'm very pleased to see the flag everywhere. We have LGBTQ plus flags everywhere. Even when I ask for a call for Uber, I see flags and stickers. So I think this is, it makes me very happy to know that the bank has incorporated that. And we have seen that with human resources, that within the bank, a lot is being done in that regard. But as just with the bank operations, we are now working in starting with technical cooperation initiatives. That's what, obviously, we're going to expand this. It's I think these are some of the things that I wanted to share with you. And my hope is that hopefully our colleagues, our friends who can also, and this is of course my wishful thinking, that if we could transition and to taking this as more, creating something that is a new normal at the bank, which is diversity. We have that, but we want to ensure that this new normal will just take flight, and it will, I think, continue to increase our passion for what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question for you, Robert, before you leave us. Robert, for our whole audience, because there are people from the whole region with us, and you know that there are some countries that are more advanced than others, some are more complicated, some organizations support this more than others. So how could you, and I'm sorry to make you make this effort, but what are the concerns? What is the urgency of this community? Why do they want recognition? So it's not only a matter of the pride flag, but what is the desire of the community to have greater visibility? Could you share that with the IDB group, and where are they waiting for change? Thank you for that question. One thing that is absolutely essential is that there are two worlds in the bank, right? And it would be good to close that gap. One world is the headquarters world, where there's a lot of protection on the part of bank management. But as far as the country offices are concerned, it's a different world. And a lot depends on how open the country is. Here, I could mention a country like Costa Rica or Argentina. There, it is the usual suspects. They're more open countries. But other countries, and I'm not going to name them, but we can talk about the English-speaking Caribbean. There, things are a lot more complicated. it's much more difficult. So perhaps it's a matter of listening to the messages and also emphasizing that there are agreements between the bank and all of those countries. And those agreements lay out that people, specialists or whoever that is assigned to the country as a specialist, they are entitled to arrive with their family. And sometimes that is very difficult to implement. It's hard to make that a reality. I experienced that firsthand because the bank, after all, is a bank. The bank is interested in its own business. And right now, I got the answer saying, we're not an embassy. So the whole idea is to push harder on this issue. So perhaps it's a matter of doing even more. Now, a lot has been done. I've seen what has been accomplished, and also all of the representatives I worked with in the country offices. I think that we're on the right track, but I do think that there is much more that can be done, and that at all levels, so that the employees will feel comfortable, but also in terms of operations. It's not something that you can take for granted. For example, to include a country in a regional TC, we need a letter of non-objection from the country. And not everyone likes seeing the LGBTQ plus flag. So I see that this is a challenge for the bank, and I do think that there is still a long road ahead. Thank you. I listened very carefully, and I hope that this space will help the transformation and give people things to think about. And thank you for joining us today. Thank you. It's very important to hear that perspective, to know what it is to be part of the IDB group, to be part of the mission, to share the values, and so that people feel they can be themselves. Now we're going to talk about diversity and inclusion a bit more. And here I wanted to call on Lina Serna. So please go ahead. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Lina Serna. I identify as a woman. I'm from Colombia, from Cali. I am a lesbian. I am married to a spectacular woman, and I have a stepson. I have 17 years of experience working with international organizations, and I've been in Washington, D.C. for more than 17 years. So I am very excited. It's a privilege to be with you this afternoon. Let me tell you about myself. My sexual orientation has been an issue because I didn't know I was a lesbian. I didn't know what it meant to be a lesbian. You just know that you feel different. You don't feel the same other people feel, but you hide that. Growing up, I never saw anyone like me with my doubts, my questioning. So you come up with a narrative. You think that what I'm feeling must be wrong. Now here you can, or you begin to invent stories that you share with your friends, with your family members, about boyfriends. You don't want anyone to ask who's taking you to a party. Then I went to college. I studied business administration and human resources, and then I went to work for an international organization here in Washington, D.C. I loved the job with human resources and working with nonprofits that were upholding democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. And that's where I was. I thought, this is my professional career. I was a young woman in an unknown country. And at the same time, I began to be exposed to a country like the United States and to other things. I began to understand that being different wasn't all that bad, and I began to be myself. At 24, I came out of the closet. I told my brother first, then friends, and I understood that people that really love me were going to love me always. Now, you're always afraid when you tell the first people. You're ashamed, and it's a very weird feeling. Only the people that have gone through this experience understand. But after going through that experience, I began to understand it wasn't me that was wrong. I shouldn't be ashamed of being what I was like. And after a while, you begin to think, I have to leave that behind. In my first workplace, I was never open about my identity. I loved my job, and I thought that if they didn't bother me, if they didn't worry about who I was, everything was fine. But I was very young. I didn't understand that they should care. They should care who their colleagues are. And I have to be concerned with who our employees are. What do they like? What makes them comfortable? Now, I don't matter if it's a trans woman or if you're gay, because otherwise you're ignoring everything behind these people, their history, what barriers they have overcome to be successful in the labor market. If you are mindful, there's a true concern, there's a desire to perform very well. And I never understood that until I joined the IDB group, but now I do. When I joined the IDB group, I felt different. One of my first colleagues was timidly but openly gay and had lived with a partner for years. And I thought, in an organization where this woman can be open about her identity, this must be a different place. However, the bank still has a long way to go in terms of what it has accomplished and what it needs to continue to work on. But we have a value proposition as IDB Group, and it's very generous, and I want to share it with you because this is where the commitment begins. There is a community of diverse persons in the IDB. They're passionate. They are on a journey to improve lives in Latin America and the Caribbean, and they seek a purpose. They like an inclusive, collaborative, edifying working environment. So the bank seeks talent, the best talent in the region. We're looking for diverse talent with different experiences, studies, languages, races, personal interests, because that enriches the discussion. Those differences help us be a better IDB group, and every day we work at being better. An organization where these differences are celebrated, commented on, and appreciated. There's no exclusion. The IDB group has understood that we have to reflect the population we serve, and we understand that times have changed and that we have to change with those times. We understand that no one should have to choose between being who he or she is. And it's not only a matter of holding a job. It is finding a job where we do not have to doubt before giving our name or putting a personal picture on our desk or taking your spouse or others to a party. We're working to make certain that we are a place where everyone feels comfortable with being who he or she is. Organizations are stronger if we have inclusive workplaces. In the IDB group, we have understood that organizations that promote the inclusion of everyone produces greater employee satisfaction and less turnover. I am very happy to be here because thanks to my history, I can tell you that in the IDB group, we offer everyone the opportunity of having a comfortable and safe job. I wanted to share with you the work that we have done and the future work to make us a truly inclusive organization. What have we done in the IDB group to reduce prejudices in the hiring process? More than 4 years ago, we set up a working group that set forward different strategies to get or to hire the experience of an advisor. And we looked at whether or not it was necessary for us to have all of the fields we had. Was it necessary to ask the same thing several times? If we had the correct options for the questions we were asking, were we focusing on what we truly needed? Also, we looked at our job postings. Were they too long? Were we inadvertently ruling out candidates that were qualified because of the way that we were drafting our job postings? We worked on straightforward templates with a clear structure, clear words, using a software that allows us to post this on the web and to be able to address potential problems. Also, you probably note that in recent years, our postings call for a diverse talent pool, and we have to project that in the pictures of the group. We have understood that future programs, regardless of their sexual identity, will look at our website and look at our marketing materials. And if there is no diversity in the labor force represented on our web pages, everything that we say about diversity and its importance will sound unfounded. Also, we have created several training sessions where in the IDB group, we have understood that we needed to make our practices and procedures known. And although it's not easy to identify what might be a problem, we have to do so we can solve that and find the appropriate tools to accomplish that end. We have to look at unconscious biasness, that in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, and it is important that the selection panels, the decision makers on hiring, we have to include diversity. Also, in the recruitment process that was mentioned, we wonder about the dynamic of the interviews that are part of that process. We don't want just to interview people one-sidedly. We wanted to encourage diversity. We tried to choose our candidates more justly and ask the same questions in the same order to each and every candidate, regardless of their gender. Also, if we want to attract and hire diverse candidates, we have to go where they are. So we have to go to places we have never been before or post in different places. So we have different electronic tools that we have resorted to in recent years, and that way we publish on fora that are not the usual ones and that are consulted by these populations we want to attract. So in conclusion, I thank you for your time. By sharing with you my history, I wanted to tell you about the challenges that we're tackling at the IDB group. We know that finding and hiring diverse people is only half of the battle, of course. In the IDB group, we understand that we have attained part of our objectives, and we will continue to fulfill further accomplishments. We want people working with the IDB group to feel comfortable and be able to count on our backing. Thank you, Lina. I wanted to thank everyone, and now we're going to turn to some questions we have received online, prepared questions too. So please tell us about best practices. Now in the career fair, in the BIDAcademy, we're trying to inspire people to take action. So could you tell us about best practices in addition to the groups that you already commented on, thinking not of the bank, but of the outside? Think about some quick or easy wins for the outside groups, for people that want to move from theory to action. Thank you, Veronica. I think that you have to get over your fears. One of the quick wins is to seize opportunities and to leave prejudices that you may have behind. You have to lose the fear of what others might think. So you have to take the risk. You have to seize the opportunity and not just close yourself to those possibilities. In our countries, and there are organizations like the IDB and other international organizations that work in other countries where perhaps the situation isn't what we would like, and we could project ourselves into that life or into that opportunity that we are seeking. Thank you, Lina. I wanted to thank all of our panelists.
If you are interested in joining the IDB group, find the right opportunity for you through the website jobs.iadb.org. We are going to share the link through LinkedIn and also through Facebook. Thank you, Lina. It's super interesting to hear what you have learned here in the IDB and how each employee can build their career here in the bank. Let me see. The BIDAcademy has their own hashtag. It's BIDAcademy or Academia BID. Now I would like to hand over to Ria Jordan, the IDB's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisor, who will briefly introduce how the IDB works upon building a workplace that embraces the uniqueness of all the employees and aims to be as diverse as the countries it serves. So, Ria Jordan, the floor is all yours. Thank you to be here.
Thank you very much, Veronica. And I want to join my voice to yours to thank all the people who shared their experiences this afternoon about working in the bank. And I hope that the people who are on this call or on and listening in one of our channels really understand how the bank really embraces the diversity that we have within and really encourages people, all of our employees, to share their stories. So thank you to our audience for joining us. We know that you have many choices in the events that you attend, and so we're happy to have you with us. My name is Ria Jordan, and I am the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisor here in the IDB Group. So who is Ria Jordan? Well, I am from Trinidad and Tobago. I was born in Trinidad and Tobago, and all of my formal and informal education was in Trinidad and Tobago. I also consider myself a child of the Caribbean because I feel that I am very, very closely aligned with the values and the interest and all of the things that make the Caribbean. So I am a child of the Caribbean, and that is how I identify. I joined the bank 24 years ago, and when my colleague Margarita talked about the fact that the bank's mission is improving lives and improving our own lives, I would say that is true for me in my journey here in the IDB Group, because I started in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago as a local staff member, and I have gotten the opportunity to work across many other countries and finally landed in headquarters about 10 years ago. So my journey in the IDB Group has been very interesting, and I have had a lot of opportunities across the bank to sort of invent and reinvent myself and do very interesting work. So we've spent some time today talking with colleagues about their own careers, their career journeys, and their work in the IDB Group. And as I said, I hope that you have been able to see and learn and understand the IDB Group's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The IDB Group's commitment to our employees and to all our stakeholders is to become an organization which reflects the diversity of Latin America and the Caribbean, but also the diversity of our membership in general. And we are a group that has 48 member countries. And so we hope to reflect in our workforce diversity of all of our membership. We also strive to live a culture where everyone feels represented and valued and has equitable opportunities to learn, to grow, and to contribute and bring their best selves to work and their most authentic selves to work every day. The Diversity, Equity, Inclusion function does this by designing and implementing initiatives and programs for all of our employees at the IDB Lab, and IDB Invest, and who are assigned both to headquarters and country offices. And we also give advice and give direction to the diversity, equity, inclusion agenda within the IDB Group. We also monitor and report on our DEI programs, and what we hope to do is to have sustainable change, cultural change, and position the IDB Group as an employer of choice, so that when you think about a career in development and you want to work in an environment that is full of passion, full of innovation, and moreover, full of diversity, then you think about us first. Internally, we have a leadership that is very involved and very committed to this agenda. And it starts by us having a diversity and inclusion advisory group that we call the DIAG. And it is chaired by the executive vice president of the bank, and also includes membership of some of the most senior leaders in this institution. The work of the DIAG is to ensure that diversity, equity, inclusion remains a top priority within the institution. And we also say that we embrace diversity in all its forms. So we think about all of the dimensions of diversity, and there are many, but we need to focus. And that focus is on 5 dimensions in particular. And my colleague Robert already mentioned the dimensions of diversity that we focus on, because we're very aligned with what we say in the core of the bank. In the corporate side is also what we say in the operation side of the bank. So our dimensions of diversity of focus are Afro-descendants, Indigenous people, people with disabilities, gender, and especially women. And then the very raison d'etre of being here today, the LGBTQ plus community. I will also say that when we think about our dimensions of diversity, we take an intersectional approach to this. And what I mean by that is we understand that although experiences across one dimension and one identity are maybe similar, when we have more than one identity involved, the experiences are quite different. So my experiences as a woman in the workplace and a woman who of color in the workplace may be very, and as a Black woman in the workplace may be very different to another colleague who is also a woman, but may be Asian, for example. So we take into consideration those differences, and that is where the equity part comes in. Because what we try to do is create equitable solutions for equal outcomes. So we try to meet our employees where they are. And to that end, we're proud of the fact that in the IDB group, we have 4 very distinct employee resource groups. They represent 4 of our areas of focus. And what their mission normally is to bring awareness about the challenges which their members face and to support the organization with our DEI objectives. So with that, I want to hand it back now to our moderator, Veronica, who will introduce the leaders of these employee resource groups, and they will share their work. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ria, for providing us with that refreshing introduction to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the value of the intersectionality for the IDB group. Before we continue, I want to remind those who are watching us that you can send the questions through IDB's Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube channels. We will have a few minutes at the end of the session to answer a few of them, so please interact with us and make this a space for to hear you more. Now, I would like to introduce the IDB Employees Resource Group. This voluntary group offers support, information, networking opportunities, and also community participation on the planned activities and events that promote awareness and build understanding around diversity, equity, and inclusion within the IDB group. Let's start with Juan Alban, president of All In for Disability Inclusion. Thank you, Juan, for being here. The floor is all yours.
No, thank you so much. And thank you, Ria, and thank you, Veronica, and everyone who made it here. Yes, I'm Juan Alban. I'm the founder and president of the employee resource group, All In for Disability Inclusion. We're the newest employee resource group at the bank. We were born during the pandemic, but before getting into what we do at All In, I wanted to introduce myself. Well, I'm a Colombian national, and I joined the bank as part of the program of the internship program in 2020, in January. And before that, I was doing my master's degree in Australia. It was quite a flight to go to DC, but it was great. But when I was doing my master's, I got into an accident. A car hit me when I was riding my bike. I was diagnosed with PTSD, and well, it was all new, it was all challenging. And first, I had to work on how to be a person with disability, and then how to be an employee with a disability. So when I joined the bank, I wanted to meet other employees who had a disability. I wanted to meet allies. I wanted to know more about the policies. And after meeting some amazing people, one of them was Maria Antonella Pereira, who was co-president with me. I also wanted to be part of peer support, to be an advocate for employees with disabilities. And this is, I think, one of the main things we do. We give voice to employees with disabilities. And we're also, fortunately, part of a great group of their employee resource group next to the Afro-Descendant Alliance, IDB Club for LGBTQ plus community, and WomenNet. And well, I want to share a bit of the message that Globe has, that is, be your true self. As Ria said, so many people may have some intersectionality of their identity. Doesn't mean because you're LGBTQ plus you can't have a disability, or you can be a woman, or you can be a Afro-descendant person. So we recognize that. So if you need to support, if you need to talk with us, we'll be super happy that once you join the bank, to make you feel welcome. And but also what we do is that we also create awareness to all IDB group members about disability in the region, about, for example, a deaf culture awareness, American Sign Language. We also do some screenings of moving we think is relevant. We have a newsletter where we share some stories of our members and some stories of country offices like Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, that, for example, have hired great talent with disability and have been really committed to inclusion of these employees. Thank you so much for this space. And if you have any question, please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. If you join the bank, to send me an email, and we'll be more than happy to be a community with you.
Sharing this with us. Ahora quiero invitar a Carla Jiménez.
Now I'd like to invite Carla Jiménez, member of Net Women Leadership. Carla, welcome. And you have the entire space. Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I thank the BIDAcademy for this space provided to us to speak about WomenNet. My name is Carla Jiménez. I work as a financial consultant at the IDB in the country office in Costa Rica. And I joined the bank in 2020, and I've been here for over a year and belonging to WomenNet. Well, let us talk a little bit about what WomenNet is about, so that those who are hearing us will get to know what the WomenNet is all about. This is one of the 4 employee resources, as my colleagues have described, made up, created, supported by both men and women. WomenNet is not exclusively for women, where we deal because of institutional initiatives promoting the empowerment of women in order to ensure diversity and equity. We have been doing this over 20 years of work and over 600 members within the group. And we offer a space to our members to get connected amongst colleagues and to establish a support network that promotes growth, professional growth for all. We should stress that following the bank's mission, WomenNet promotes equity and gender inclusion. And therefore, as I was saying previously, we have men involved as allies, as partners in women's empowerment. And we understand as a group and as a bank that equality is a principle where all people, without any distinction, have the same rights and duties in the eyes of society, and also that together we can do more. And therefore, all these groups where the bank has supported us to create. We have not only as a WomenNet where we have men and women, but we also have people, Afro-descendants, or just like any other spectrum or dimension of diversity. We also support the inclusion and diversity agenda, as I mentioned, by welcoming members from all races, genders, spheres, dimensions, etc. And as Juan was saying, also with visible or not visible disabilities, because there are also other spheres of disabilities that cannot be seen. Thus, our intersectional characteristic, upon having a very tight link with our colleagues from other resources or sectors in the bank, as I said previously, such as Globe, BIDAC, and OIN, which is another one of the groups. Our values, as we see them here on the slide, describe the basic principles that inspire and guide our actions, and the way in which we work, and they all play an important role in building a positive culture within WomenNet. For example, empathy. We believe that we are empathetic because a change begins with the understanding, and this is what we're doing today. Belonging, because we feel part of within the bank, and we treat our network with respect and enthusiasm. We're transparent, and we promote honest dialogue, and we want to build confidence. But also, we believe that we're daring because we dare change things. So we are not afraid of change, and that's something very important. So from its inception, WomenNet has had significant achievements, such as District 3. We contribute to flexible work schedule proposals. We participate in the working group that was created within the bank for prevention of domestic violence. And we support, for example, the creation of a position of advisor for diversity and inclusion within the IDB group. Our objective is to provide our members not only the support, but also activities that will enable our members to enrich their knowledge through, for example, internal events. We also have talks with external consultants or internal people within the bank, and we also have networking. As part of this, in 2021, we launched our podcast. We have a podcast that is called the WomenNet Voices within the IDB to speak about gender equality from the point of view of the members and our guests. Besides, we also look into issues of professional growth, leadership and mentorship, and masculinity, amongst others. And we also have 9 chapters of the country offices in order to facilitate the exchange with our members. I'd like to thank you once again, to thank the BIDAcademy for this space, and I hope that all the information provided will prove to be useful. And I hope that you liked it and that you became a little more involved with the bank and what WomenNet is. Thank you very much, Carla. I am sure this is a case and that those of us connected in this space do so because they value this topic. So thank you for the time that you've given us this afternoon. And now
I will hand it over to Latoya Roberts Thomas, who is part of the IDB Afro-Descendants Alliance Group leadership team. Latoya is also accompanied by his peers, Kanyana Sinclair and Alan Mentes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Latoya Roberts Thomas, and I am actually based in the Trinidad and Tobago country office, and I am a member of the executive team. Within the bank, ADAG is our network of Afro-descendant advocates and allies who seek to raise awareness on ethnicity and racial diversity among our members. Our network is approximately 7 years old. We started in 2015, and our membership has about 100 colleagues and counting. We are not only based in the Washington, D.C. headquarters, but we also have representation in the country offices. A great example of that is seen in the composition of our leadership team with the photo on the slide. We support the organization's effort related to attracting, retaining, and promoting diversity throughout the bank. We do this by one, we encourage diversity by challenging assumptions and advocating understanding. We try to explore what is the concept of diversity and what does it mean for our members and the persons of Afro-descendant and also our allies. We continue to contribute to institutional dialogue on inclusion by proposing actions to attract and retain a diverse staff. We work with different areas of the bank, including the HR department and also upper management, to ensure that special interest groups like ADAG and others or needs are definitely represented in the bank. We continue to create a positive and inclusive work environment, not only through formal work activities, but we encourage social and cultural activities to raise awareness and recognition to the work that we do. We at ADAG believe the importance of diversity and inclusion, and it is critical to the functioning and representation of all members of the bank. And we are happy that as one of the pillars in the IDB strategy in its Vision 2025 mandate is to encourage diversity. IDB is known to be an environment that encourages diversity and promotes a variety of opportunities for our various networks that exist in the bank. So we do hope that the presentation today enlightened you a little bit about ADAG and encourage you to become more involved once you have the opportunity to join the bank. If you do have any additional questions or want more information about the Afro-Descendants Alliance Group, please do not hesitate to contact us at adagleadership@iadb.org. Thank you for having me as part of this discussion, and I look forward to us continue to promote diversity in the bank.
Thank you all for giving us a glimpse of what the Employee Resource Group do and the resources you provide to employees. Now, we would like to hear from the fourth and final ERG IDB Globe, who focus on supporting LGBTQ+ employees. Dana King and Andre Diniz.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending this career fair event. So my name is Andre. I am originally from Brazil. I have been working for the IDB, more specifically in the finance department since 2016. And I am also the vice president of the IDB Globe. And I want to introduce you all to Globe. So the IDB Globe is the LGBT+ group of the bank. We are an ERG, Employees Resource Group, as the other three that I already have presented today. The group was founded in 2010. Currently, we have over 270 members, and this number represents both members of the community and allies. And we are an association. We have bylaws, organization structure, mission, and values. So on the next slide, I'm going to highlight the purpose of the IDB Globe. So here you can see our president, Lucho, me, the vice president, Andre, and our director, Dana King. So the purpose of the IDB Globe is to seek to be the focal point of the LGBT employees at the bank. And our guiding principles are, the first one, non-discrimination, two, the integration, and three, enhance awareness of the LGBT community. And as I said, here's the board. And on the next slide, I'm going to show the evolution. There it is, of the IDB Globe. So in 2010, the IDB Globe was founded. In 2019, we were elected as the current board, and our mandate goes into next year. And here are some of our achievements. So here, I just want to briefly mention some of our main accomplishments related to advocacy, ethics, synergy with other multilaterals, and awareness. And I want to bring your attention to the awareness. So it is something that we really have been working on. We constantly have kind of workshops or meetings with other groups, and I want to mention some of them. Recently, we had a meeting with our Andinian group, which is made of Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Venezuela. So it was over 100 employees, and we were pretty much explaining what is the IDB Club, the importance of our country offices participate on the IDB Club, giving some contribution, some specific things they might be going on, so we can raise their voice to the organization. So awareness for us, it's very important. Also, we have frequent meetings with other multilaterals. We have meetings with the World Bank, IMF, United Nations. So we can have we can share our experiences and share the best practice, so then we can implement some of their initiatives to the bank as well. And I want to give a personal testimony. I guess some of my colleagues has already mentioned. When I joined the bank, I was kind of in the closet. It was the first place that at work I was completely out of the closet, but it was not something like right away. It took some time, and the importance of club for me was huge, because I met many other friends that they were openly gay. They were not hiding their husbands or wives. They opened their relationships in a way that for me it was very inspiring, because I knew that the IDB, I didn't have to hide anymore and live like a double life. So I guess that's key, especially when you're looking for a job opportunity, to make sure that the company has all these aspects to embrace all the types of diversity. So you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so if you have any questions or comments, 100% available. So thank you.
Before we close, I want to ask a few questions to our speakers, or they are welcome to be with me in the screen. Let's wait. Okay. Mientras se suman los speakers a la pantalla, les quiero recordar.
And while they join us on the screen, I'd like to remind you that you can write something on the social media through the account at the IDB, both on Instagram as well as on Twitter. But we also have other spaces in LinkedIn and Facebook, and they're open to you, and our YouTube channel, obviously, where we can follow all this information.
I know that you have a very busy agenda, so thank you very much for being here. So what demands do internal or external clients have when it comes to you as leaders in this type of topics? What type of answers they want? What type of change? For example, I know that it depends of the different area, but maybe at some point everyone wants the same. So what you could say, it will be the demand internal, external clients that you all frequently have. Margarita, for example.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Veronica. From the country offices on the ground, essentially, it is in particular everything that has to do with having a framework, a legal framework, an action framework that will be inclusive. Fortunately, as I said previously, our institutional strategy, our mandate, and the strategies at the level in which we're working all of this in the country offices, they also have this need for inclusion, for equity, and this is clearly seen in our operations, both the non-grant operations as well as citizen participation or any other loan operations that we have. Any one of our figures has to include, not in a cross-cutting fashion, but concrete actions that contribute to this, because clearly we have countries where there are aspects that are still not considered in the legislation in that country. However, the fact that they include, the fact that they create, that they communicate, and they inform people through our operations starts generating a change in culture and attitude in all countries in this regard through our operations. Thank you. Thank you, Margarita.
Andre, and I'm from Venezuela, so thank you for your work here in the bank. But how does diversity and at the IDB promotes innovation and creativeness when you're working with this group of people of different countries and trying to hear more about them? How it increases the productivity, the production, the innovation, the creativeness here?
Yeah, I think everybody already knows that working in a diverse environment makes every new solutions comes up. So I guess working with so many different cultures within the IDB, for example, in my unit, I have people from Suriname, from Brazil, from United States, from Puerto Rico. So I have so many different cultures and so many dimensions of diversity that the results are much better. We have so many different points of view. And I guess the IDB promotes that we constantly have initiatives regarding diversity, such as event today, many other trainings for the employees, bringing awareness about new realities and new perspectives. So yeah, I guess the IDB is on the right track to getting in more diverse environment.
Okay, thank you. And also with Ria or Latoya, I want to hear more about how can we have more meaningful conversations between different cultures. You mentioned Asia, but also African American matters. So in terms of promote the meaningful conversations between different cultures, what you can advise for the people that are here with us connecting in different countries? You know, it's not the same for the Caribbean than Bolivia or Argentina. So I think meaningful conversations in the workplace are a good place to start. How you can advise these people that are connecting with us today to start those conversations?
Thank you so much for that question. I think it's all about the dialogue and the conversation, as you said. And sometimes it's not about the formal structured ones, but just getting to know the persons in the workplace and sharing the cultural experiences and the social experiences. And that makes the workplace more diverse. And if everyone feels comfortable about sharing, whether you're Afro-descendant or whether you're from Asia, or whether you're disabled, it really gives that atmosphere of inclusion and a simple, nice workplace that everybody could enjoy.
Thank you very much. Ria, I don't know if you want to add something.
Sure, I'd love to add. So I'm connecting the two questions really about the external and internal clients, so to speak. So with the external, what our external clients, and I'm talking about people who want to join the bank, what they most often want to know is, how is it to live and work inside of the IDB? And that's why certainly within HR, we're always very, very grateful for the work that the ERGs do. So all the people who are represented on this call today, and not just the ERGs, but people in the field like Margarita, people who work directly in talent management like Lena, we lean on them to bring the experiences alive and to speak with new candidates and tell them about what they expect to see when they join the bank. Internally, we work to promote these conversations through our initiatives like training, teaching, especially our senior leaders, and sort of promoting what it is to have environments of psychological safety so that everybody feels that they can be themselves at work, that they feel that they're being treated in a way that is fair and equitable, and that they feel that they're not being maligned or thrown to the side in any way, shape, or form. So to connect the two questions, that's how we promote the dialogue. And that's also how we serve our internal and our external clients.
Thank you very much, Ria. And for Lina, which strategy has had the greatest impact to improve the LGBTQ plus people's life here at the IDB?
Creo, Verónica, que como te comentaba,
I believe, Veronica, as I told you previously, there's not one, but I'll tell you about two very quickly. The first one is the one that I discussed about the processes for recruitment and selection, to review them and to find improvements that will allow the community to feel from the very beginning at ease, respected. And secondly, internally, something that we've worked on for several years, on very clear policies, particularly the policy of parental leave, maternity leave. It is a parental leave because it absorbs all the different parents. It is not the mother who's pregnant or not, but it absorbs the whole spectrum. So I believe that these are significant steps and very clear steps. We're not only talking about carrying a banner, a flag, and this is June, but these are concrete steps, concrete actions that can be seen by our candidates as well as by our internal consultants and members of the staff. You represent another community that has to be integrated, that are stepmothers, like you said. I believe that this is a community where a lot has to be said about that sense of maternity, which is also part of your family nucleus. It becomes a part of the things that affect you or not vis-a-vis your work. So thank you, Lina. Carla, and to close, and to give some space to Andre, and with that, we'll bring an end to this part of the questions. Some questions that we've received in the course of today, and I want you to know that this has been an extraordinary. Ahora cambio al inglés.
He's not following me, but the thing is that today was one of the day that we have more comments on social media and chats. So this touched deeply in the hearts and the life of people in terms of gender, in terms of diversity, in terms of inclusion. So thank you very much for being here, because it's the day that have more conversations. It doesn't matter about the numbers of people online. Today was a big audience, but it's more meaningful when you think that when you know that the audience is engaged with the topics that we are talking today. So thank you very much. Andre and Carla, last question. You know that a lot of people that are connecting with us today, they work for leaders or are people that are decision makers. So in terms of them, sometimes they're afraid of embrace those changes. And for them, it's a super big plan. And maybe sometimes they don't know where to start as a leader. Because as you know, being in a position of a leader is very sensitive. You don't want to lose the approval of some of the stakeholders. So leaders are afraid of embrace those topics, these topics that we are facing today, because maybe a stakeholder that is very important for them is not in the same path. So what could be the advice of you guys and representing the IDB, telling those leaders and people who work very close to them how to embrace this, how to manage the situation with the stakeholders and be game changers, embracing that type of leadership?
Well, I can start. Well, I think the world has changed for better, and there is no a way back. So if there is a stakeholder that it doesn't will support an environment or a company because this company is trying to embrace the diversity, and sometimes I don't know if diversity is the right word, because I don't feel actually diverse from others. Sometimes just the market has not embraced what the society represents. So honestly, I think if one company would not invest on another company because of the diversity topic is being addressed, I don't think it's worth it to work with that company, to be honest. And maybe, I don't know, if the company doesn't want to go so drastic, maybe they can hire diversity, equity, and inclusion consultancy to make sure that they go on a smooth transition. But I guess there is no way to ignore how our society is made of, with so many different aspects, and embrace only one aspect of heterosexual white man. I guess it's not the way. So yeah, I guess that's the answer.
Carla.
Gracias. Sí, tal vez agregar
Thank you.
que
Maybe I would add that I think that all of this has to start with oneself. If we preach with an example, and if we deposit our grain of salt every day, and we try to educate ourselves, because sometimes we believe that we're the most inclusive people, but then we have unconscious biases that maybe we don't clearly see them, then I believe that we have to start with ourselves and to preach with example. That's really important. Maybe in an institution, wherever we are, if they're not so open, maybe we can start trying to transform that institution, or at least for them to see the change in ourselves. So I believe that this is something really important. What can be done starting with ourselves?
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you, all of our guests today, for sharing with our participants their experience in the organization, so they can get know more closely how the IDB group works and what life is like with the organization. Thank you very much for being here with us today. As you can see, our work is possible because we have a purpose-driven professionals who see their work as an avenue to make the world a better place for everyone. Así que quiero darles muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos.
Thank you very much for joining us throughout the activities today. We're now at the halfway mark, and we're going to let you rest. We only have 2 days left. The last stop. At that point, we're going to be transitioning, talking about the links between the private and public sectors, and we're also going to talk about climate change on Friday. As we conclude the third day of Knowledge Week, look at everything that we have learned in such a short amount of time. And it looks like the content we reviewed on Monday looks like it was eons ago. And it was so valuable in the use of this time. And as what we thought we would take time to look at these sessions, both in live and also recordings. And this, I think, will help craft and develop your professional profile, taking into account your daily activities and how some of you are directly or indirectly involved with many of these developmental issues. And I want to thank everyone from the IDBAcademy. Before we bid you farewell, just want to remind you of 3 takeaways, and then we will finish. You can, again, starting now, a very exciting moment. We want to, again, make sure that you get your credentials, and just, again, getting back to the QR code, you can just scan it. I think it's on the screen, and you can scan the QR code or on your iPhone, or just go to LinkedIn or our Facebook live broadcasts, and there you can download your credential. The credential then can be used to your CV. You can put it on your LinkedIn, and it will depict your participation in today's activities dealing with gender. And each day has its own specific color. It's color coded. So today you would have a yellow colored credential. So working now, you're involved, or you can have that topic. And now yesterday, you would have a navy blue credential. And we also have this next credential, which is light blue. So please make sure you have the 3 colors, only 2 left. And that way you will officially have graduated from Knowledge Week activities. And remember the knowledge resources relating to gender diversity that we have here today. And that is on our webpage, the Knowledge Week webpage. So just go into the agenda. You're going to see on the page all of the resources, including publications, content in your native languages, and all of that is a sign of the commitment that the Inter-American Development Bank has to share this enormous amount of resources, publications, practical exercises, including the everything the bank has been doing this week on the this week. So for our audience, your participation is always crucial because your feedback, and that's why we ask that you please respond to the surveys. So now we've got the QR code where you're going to find the survey. You can also find it in a link that we are currently sharing through our live broadcast on LinkedIn and Facebook. Why fill out the survey? Well, we're trying to make improvements every day, and we're fully committed to make sure that the content will have an impact and help to affect change. So what do we seek? Well, we're going to be listening to all of your feedback, respectfully take your contents and responses. So thank you very much for joining us on day 3 of the Knowledge Week activities. Tomorrow, we're going to look at how entrepreneurs and innovations are evolving in Latin America. This is a very exciting a series of activities for me as an entrepreneur. So again, between friends, work colleagues, professionals, the issues of entrepreneurship and innovation, we want to make sure that you consider that they are relevant, and we want you to be able to get on, and you can see some of the moderators scheduled, as well as hosts and panelists scheduled for tomorrow. You can see the agenda, and we're going to be in the stadium and then in the auditorium, in our classrooms. The unicorns, that's one area we're going to be talking about. And we're going to hear some of the panelists and moderators that will join us tomorrow. So the idea is to get a better understanding as to how and what are some of the issues considered by the IDB in promoting entrepreneurship, working in unison with the public sector. And all of that is going to be a part of what we're going to share with you tomorrow during Knowledge Week, day 4. So we're challenging you to dream that starting now, you can be an agent or a catalyst for change as we progress toward our Vision 2025 goals. Here we have, we're going to continue with the career fair tomorrow. So for that, and now we bid you farewell, and we will see you soon.